Good morning, you guys. I'm up having some coffee. So I was like, let me get on before I have to get out and go. Um, I'm gonna let y'all start getting the notifications because I came on a little early. As you start coming into the room, just kind of let me know that you're in here. How is everybody doing this morning? I don't see anybody yet. It's almost 10 o'clock. Y'all should be up. Hey, 901 JB. Hey, Clarinetta. I was like, let me jump on. Hey, Yam. Alfred, I'm up having coffee. I love coffee so much. And I hey KL Field, Miss Barbara, Oceanfront Records, Shan. How y'all doing this morning? I need to go get my hair done. I've been Hey Diane, I've been with my dad, but I look a hot mess. I did go and get my nails done the other day, and I like them. I kind of let the girl talk me into getting purple. Now, purple is my favorite color. Hey, Miss Teresa. Hey, True Aquarius. Purple is my favorite color, but I'm chocolate, and I forget that that purple. It's pretty though. You have to get a certain color, but it'll do. I had the opportunity to go do that, and I need to go get my hair and stuff done, child, because I look a hot mess. Because what I've been doing is just getting up, taking a shower, going to the hospital, then coming home. I hadn't even been out on any of my cases, but I have been sending um, some other people out. You know, hey Kimberly, hey be true great, be truly great. Remy, stop my head and stuff. My nerves bad. I saw Remy. I'm not playing. Be quiet. She gets scared of everything. She hear people back there by that lake. She always, I don't know why she don't think people are supposed to be back there by that lake. I had uploaded a video last night when I got home about Escape. I'm surprised nobody looked at it. And the thing about it is, I had been working on that video for like 3 or 4 days, but I was consistently getting distracted. And I saw where I was like, I need to go on and put out this video because I saw she was going to do a interview with Tasha K. I had already got all the teeth. I had found her real name, but of course, y'all know I didn't put that out. But I saw some more vloggers put it out. Escape Tasha's husband, Mistress. And I kind of honed in on, I found some video of she and her ex-husband. She's always gone on like judge shows. Like, I believe that they've been seeing each other. I just don't believe that they were in love. I think she was on a come up, and based out, I saw where she lives at, and I'm trying to figure out how you're gonna be. First of all, it's wrong to mess with somebody's husband. Let me just put that into the atmosphere. But I mean, you live in child, please. She wasn't getting nothing out of it. I guess a cash app here and there. I don't know. Remy is something else. Whew. I love drinking coffee. I said like maybe when I turn like I don't know. Uh I don't know, maybe like 55 or my late 50s or something like that. I want to open up a coffee shop. I plan to retire. I'ma still have my businesses going, but I plan to retire by the time I'm like 55 5 or something like that. I don't know. And I would love to open up a coffee shop, a coffee and Danish shop. I want to buy me some land and build a house in the country in a small town, child, and, and move my mother with me so that I can grow my vegetables and I want to grow some watermelons and go fishing. Now I got a lake in the back of my house. I don't know if it's fish back there. Um, but me and a friend of mine going fishing. One of my friends, he's been my friend for 20 about 21 years. And he just retired from the police department. He was he was a colonel, a police colonel. And I said, "You know what I want to do, Green?" He was like, "What?" I said, "I want to go fishing. And I want you to go with me." He said, "Okay." So we're gonna go to Coldwater, Mississippi and go fishing when it gets warmer. I love to fish. I told him I hope I don't embarrass you because I like to fish with the canes. I don't know how to use the reels. I don't know how to I don't like when I throw the reel out in the water, it just don't tighten up. I'm used to fishing with fishing canes. My mother kept all of my grandma and my granddad's fishing poles, but I'm sure they old. We just got them from memory because they've been passed. My grandfather has been passed away since 2004. We still got his fishing canes in the outhouse. You drinking your coffee to door dashing? I love coffee. And I've started using that because I don't use sugar. So what I do is I buy the almond oat creamer with a hint of vanilla in it, and I put the skinny flavor in it to just sweeten it up a little bit with no sugar. And that's how I do it. Today I am going to make southern fried cabbage. Last night when I got home, I couldn't really sleep. So I just went in the kitchen and started chopping up, my onions and um I just pre-prepared everything. I chopped up my cabbage and chopped up my bell peppers and my have y'all discovered the chicken bacon, the smoked chicken bacon? I found the pepper smoked chicken bacon. It is so good. I put that in there and I put the turkey kabbalah. I think that's what it's called, sausages. I cut it up and put it in the cabbage. It is so good. It's healthy, it's keto friendly, and it is so good. A friend of mine and I supposed to we're supposed to he's supposed to start training me, child. Get the telescopic poles, Miss T. They work just like the old cane poles. But oh, okay. Where can I get those at, Miss Barbara? I can't wait. Fishing is so therapeutic to me. Fishing is so therapeutic. Okay, Walmart. Yeah. Good morning, be truly grateful. So good. Best way to do it without all the sugar. Yes, indeed. Any tackle and bait shop. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Like I said, it ain't nothing. more therapeutic than sitting. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. When I'm sitting like on my back patio and I'm looking back there at that lake, it is so freaking that water. I'm gonna tell y'all something. The water speaks to my mind. I promise you. I start getting ideas. It's like it take you into a trance. Like I just go into it. I just zone out. So I love it when I get to be at home and it's getting warm now. Sometimes I can sit back there and look at the lake and stuff, and just and pray too, you know, and meditate. That's a beautiful thing. Um, but fishing, I'm telling you, I have a friend that owns a bonding company, and his family owns lakes throughout Arkansas. And he would say it to me like last year, let's go fishing. He has a boat, and I said, I'm not getting on no boat. No way, Jose. I want to stay on land. I can't get on no boat. I know. I love when I go to Florida to visit my friend, my best friend, and I love to go to the beach in Fort Lauderdale. She's like, girl, we don't She's like, girl, we don't come to no beach. Floridians don't come to the beach. It does. It helps to calm the mind, and it just do. It helps to calm the mind. I love it. You know. I bless God that He's afforded me the opportunity to live around a lake. I just do. It's one of my. It's so peaceful. Sometimes I stand in my bedroom window and just look back there at that lake. It helps to calm my mind. I promise you. And the water just glistens even at night. The water be glistening. It's just something about it mentally that calms me down. I promise you. He said I throw my stuff around, so I have to buy it every time I go fishing. I grew up fishing from a little girl. My grandmother and them used to go fishing about when I was like 10, 11 years old. We went fishing. I've been fishing since I was 10 or 11. I knew how to bait the hooks. Kimberly says she's tired of the beach. She been in Florida her whole life. um yeah, let me see. Yeah, and so when we would run out of bait, we put crickets. I didn't like putting the crickets on the crickets. Just I didn't know the cricket didn't stay on the hook. So we would start digging in the ground trying to see if we could find some worms when we ran out of bait when we went fishing. It was so therapeutic. We would stop at those old country groceries, little corner stores. Y'all know in the backwoods of Mississippi, they had all the good cold cuts. It's something about those small country stores back off in the woods. We would stop and get rag bologna, liver cheese, goose liver. What else? Hot sauce. I didn't really like pickle sauce. And crackers. I'm telling you, that was the best because they would chop it fresh. It tastes better than what they used to sell in the store. Because I don't see it I don't even see rag bologna in the store no more. Y'all know every now and again, because I'm a country girl, I have a taste for rag bologna. They do not sell rag bologna in Walmart anymore, at Kroger either. I was like, dog, I can't even find rag bologna. I just have a taste for it. I don't like buy the regular bologna. But sometimes you get a taste for that rag bologna and they don't sell it no more. They used to have it in the store. I don't even see liver cheese in the store no more. I don't see none of that stuff. When you grow up on something, every now and again you get a taste for it. I be getting a taste for it. But I can't wait to go. I'm gonna say when we go fishing, I'm gonna say I want to stop by when we stop by one of those country stores in the backwoods. Oh, that hook cheese. Oh my God, the hook cheese was so good. That's the best cheese ever. Oh my God. The best cheese ever. Oh, and we used to sit there and fish and eat that all day. It was so freaking good. I promise you. It was so freaking good with the waffle crackers. What are those crackers called? Are they called the vanilla crackers or something? Not crackers, but cookies. I can't think of the name of those cookies. Those little round cookies. Is it vanilla cookies? You know that you put in the banana pudding. What's the name of those cookies that you put in the banana pudding? I can't think of. But we would get that. Put the cheese in the in the middle of that, or the liver cheese. That liver cheese would be so good. Oh, whew, it was so good. So fishing is good. If you don't know how, if you have never gone fishing, I would suggest that for anybody. That's what it is. Vanilla wafers. You're right, Alfred. My grandmother, rest in peace, loved going fishing when she was amongst us. Now my mother and her sisters and most of my male cousins love going fishing every year. The fish tastes better. Okay, the fish tastes better when you go fishing. It tastes different than what you buy in the store. The fish is so good. Like you clean them, freeze them. Those brim be so good. Oh Lord, I want me some brim fish right now. And I've never seen them sell brim fish in the store. Have y'all ever seen? We used to catch brim all the time. I've never seen them catch brim in the store. Now I used to date this guy. Um, we used to catch crappie fish. I used to date this guy that was like, this was some years ago, and he was like, I'm cooking some fish, and he invited me over. And I said, what kind of fish is this? And he was like, crappie. And he was like, he had bought it. And I was surprised because I've never seen crappie fish in the store. And he bought it from out of the store. Yes, to do at Jingle Jams. Crappie. I thought he said crappie. Let me see. I thought he said crappie. Hold on. I'm trying to look it up. Maybe he was saying crappie. Child, he was a he was a country bumpkin. Anyways, I liked him though. He was a good dude. I wasn't ready for him. He was older. Let's see. I thought we used to catch crappets. Crappet. Oh, y'all. Oh, Lord. I probably just don't know the name of the fish, child, because you know what? You right. Because I just put in crockett fish, and it didn't come up. So I guess my grandma was saying crappy. What did you say it was? Crappy? Crapey. Oh Lord have mercy. I've been saying crop it all this time because my grandma and them said I thought they were saying crop it fish. The old people sure will help you to mess some words up, won't it? That's it. You sure right. Lord have mercy. All this time I've been saying crop it because my grandma and them said crop it. And it's crapey. Oh my God. And look, and you sure right, because I just looked it up, and this is the fish we used to catch. Oh my God. I've been a country bumpkin. Me. That's the fish we used to catch. And all this time I've been saying it wrong. All this time I've been saying it wrong. That fish right there is so good. I'm telling you, it was good. I don't see where they sell it in the store anywhere. Y'all heard me saying crop it, crock it. They would say crock it, crop it. I've been saying that my whole life. Well, hell, I probably didn't know what it was. I may have seen it in the store and was saying it wrong. My grandma and them used to say, I caught a gent one. I'm glad I knew better. A gent one. They would be trying to say giant. When they say gent, I caught a gent one. They would be saying giant, trying to say giant. They from the backwoods of Mississippi, my grandma and them. I mean the backwoods. They have it at these stores in Westwood. They have crepey at the stores in Westwood. Fish. Which one? Because I'm. Are you talking about they already have the fish there? Because if they do, I might have to go get me some. Because I'm gonna tell you something. They said Kimball's Fish Market. Kimball sold their fish market. Now I had stopped kind of going to Kimball's because Kimball's fish wasn't smelling right. I mean, I think they had started selling old fish and stuff. I ain't have time for that. I love that Louisiana freshwater fish. It has a taste that KC freshwater fish doesn't have. Oh wow. Oh, I used to love those lemon cookies, and they used to cost $1. A whole thing of cookies, $1. I don't even know if they sell them in the store anymore. A lot of the stuff they use it's too sweet now. The flavor is different. It's too sugary. You know what? Westwood is one of those communities when they start talking about rebuilding and things of that nature, they kind of leave Westwood out. But I was looking at, I believe they was having a meeting in Westwood maybe like a week ago, and they're talking about doing some things for Westwood. And I'm happy because Westwood is one of those communities that always get left out when they're talking about putting stuff into the communities and things of that nature. They don't ever talk about Westwood. So I'm happy that they're going to do some stuff for Westwood. They are game fish illegal to sell. Good morning, Gregory. Yes, but fishing is so freaking therapeutic. I've gone when I was a little girl, I've gone fishing with my dad a few times. But I mostly went fishing with my mom, my grandmother, and my great aunts. I did. And I used to be so happy when I would catch some fish. And we loved it when we caught a catfish. I'm telling you. People be saying, y'all know what? They be saying that catfish is a scavenger. You shouldn't eat it. And I tried to do it because, I'll go in the store, I buy a codfish, I buy a salmon. Growing up, we didn't eat salmon. I guess it was too expensive. We didn't eat salmon. I discovered salmon when I got pregnant with my daughter, and I've been eating it ever since. And I guess because my mama didn't like salmon. That's what it was. And so I guess I thought it was nasty because she didn't eat salmon. But she eats salmon now though. And well, we used to go fishing. We would go fishing all the time. I wish I had started taking my daughters and stuff fishing, child. When I start mentioning fishing to them, they go, ugh, I ain't going no fishing. But I tried to leave the catfish alone because they try to say catfish ain't good, but y'all catfish is good. Whew. I was in the store about a month ago, child. I had to have me some catfish, and big bone buffalo is my favorite. I used to hate big bone buffalo growing up. That was my mama's favorite, but now it's my favorite. I love big bone buffalo. When I go to the fish market, I buy me some big bone buffalo and I bring it home and fry it. I love it so much. I do not eat tilapia because tilapia is not a real fish. It's a man-made fish. That's why it's so cheap in the store. And I used to buy bags of big bags of tilapia. Then I have a friend from New York that said to me one time, and why y'all eat tilapia? I grew up in New York where we have fish. All the fish comes through there. I've never heard of tilapia. I started doing research on it. I found out that they breed tilapia and stuff on a farm. It's man-made, like it's not a real fish. I have stopped eating it. No wonder you could buy a big bag and it was so cheap. I don't eat it no more. I have not eaten it in years. So I only eat fish that I've heard of. Like I eat codfish. That could be bought in the store because they say the white fishes are healthier, but shoot, I have to have me some catfish and I grill it. When you grill catfish, it tastes so freaking good. It don't taste like, what how the fish tastes when we would catch it, but I still love catfish. I love big bone buffalo. And the more I talk about big bone buffalo, the more I get to thinking about I gotta have me some big bone buffalo fish. I'll probably go and get me some today. Okay. Since Kimball's Fish Market has sold their fish market, their fish was not tasting good like that no more anyways. Y'all know Kimball's over on 3rd Street. I'm gonna tell y'all who has pretty good fish, but they so ghetto. I can't stand going in nowhere and they be ghetto. And then you have to wait. If they gonna be ratchet, at least have fast service so I can go in and get my stuff if I just gotta have it and get the hell out. But I can't stand ratchetness and I gotta stand in there and be in the midst of all that ratchetness and wait on my fish and stuff. And that's Hollywood Fish Market, okay? The people don't want to work. They ratchet, you know. Oh, let me stop. Y'all know Hollywood Fish Market over there in North Memphis. And the thing about it is they have some good fish and they got some good cooks back there. Cause I've even bought some cooked big bone buffalo from them and they was good, but it took them all day. I can't stand to be nowhere where they slow and ratchet. But I got to thinking, I was like, Lord, I sure would like me some. I'm talking about some big bone buffalo. I might have to make a trip to North Memphis and because Kimballston sold. I was looking at somebody talk about who Kimball sold a fish market, and the service ain't good. It was already not subpar. It wasn't as good as it used to be. But I do know Hollywood Fish Market have good fish. They just slow and ratchet. True Aquarius says farm raised catfish is the best. Tilapia never appealed to me. Salmon is my fave. Love catfish and all white fish. When Carter's fish market owner died, the fish died with him. Not the fish died with him. hmm When I was in Jamaica, oh my God, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Those Jamaicans know how to make some good fish, y'all. And see what they do is they grill everything. Like they don't really do a whole lot of frying and stuff like that. Those Jamaicans can cook. Their seasoning is so good. Those fish huts on the side of the road, we stopped at a fish hut, and the name of the fish was parrot fish. Oh my God, that parrot fish was so good. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I pulled a parrot fish up because I got curious about how it looked. I got curious about how that parrotfish look, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you something. It's got teeth like us. I screamed. I said, "Oh God, Lord, the blood of Jesus, Lord have mercy." It's got. I'm getting ready to show y'all how that parrotfish look, and it was good because I had never heard of parrotfish. When I got back to the States, I said, "I want some of that damn fish." Jesus, y'all. I'm scared to show it because oh, I'm gonna show it to y'all, but I can't pull it up too long because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Oh, it's just certain things that I get to looking at. I ain't gonna be able to show it because I can't look at it too long. You know how some things you can't look at too long because it'll be in. It's got teeth like human beings. If I had known that that fish had teeth like me and you, I never would have even ate it. But it was so good over there in Jamaica. I want to show it to y'all, but it's making my flesh crawl. Let me see. Have you you have to have a fishing license to uh fishing lakes. Brims and crappie are game fish. That's why you can't find them in stores. Oh wow. So now you have to have a somebody in the bushes just text me and said they like fishing. We got some people in the bushes. Um, KFL said he looking at it now. You see the teeth? I want to show y'all so bad. Oh, y'all don't understand. Like my flesh get the crawling. Oh, it's just certain stuff that I can't look at. Oh, I can't look at it. Oh Lord, I keep trying to show it to y'all. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I was getting ready. I can't do it. I'm telling y'all, it's certain stuff that just make me sick to the stomach, and I can't believe that fish was good. Them Jamaicans had that fish fixed up good. It had a oil, a spicy oil sauce on it. It was just good. Oh, it was so good. Whew. Oh Lord. Mm. Whew. Ooh. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm gonna try to show y'all. Ooh. I'm getting ready to I'm getting ready to show it to y'all. Woo! I'm gonna have to take it down. It makes my flesh crawl. Y'all, y'all, it's some things I can't look at. It just makes me, it grosses me out. And I can't believe I enjoyed that fish like that. Y'all see how that fish grinning with teeth like we got? It's got teeth like us. It's something about a fish having a mouth like a human being that just ain't right. And something that teeth look better than some of these damn humans. Hell, if they sold it, they still work there, and the fish is still old. Oh, but anyways, y'all, that's a parrotfish. I had never heard of a parrotfish until I went to Jamaica. And it's just got to be the way they seasoned it because it was so freaking good. Like we was wanting trying to eat the bones up, but it must have been the seasoning on it. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I make a mean honey glazed salmon. Oh, my honey glazed salmon is so good. I like to grill it and then I like to make my sauce to put on it and then put it on a bed of rice. I'm telling y'all, fishing is so freaking good. And it's therapeutic. Other than fishing, I like to garden. My grandmother and my granddaddy taught me how to garden. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. The vegetables in the garden taste better than the vegetables in the store. They look different too, because we grew cucumbers, and the cucumbers that we grew in the garden look a lot different than the cucumbers in the store. The tomatoes, my grandmother grew tomatoes every single year. The squirrels would try to eat them up, but the tomatoes look different than the tomatoes in the store, and they taste better. Because I would go back there in the garden and get me a tomato. Y'all know I'm country for real, and cut it up and put vinegar and salt on it. Oh, it used to be so good. I would do the same thing with the cucumbers. We made our own pickles, vinegar and salt on the cucumbers, and it'd be so good. And my grandmother grew them in the backyard in the garden. She grew greens every year. And then one year my granddaddy grew some watermelons. Oh my god, those watermelons were so good. They were the small ones, like what I be seeing them selling in the store now, but it was so good and sweet. We grew peppers, bell peppers. They taste better and look different. And my grandmother grew hot peppers, those red hot peppers, and they would be real hot and good. So I love to garden too. I used to be so happy when she would start getting the garden ready and stuff because I loved it. I loved it. Shan said she made that for her and her dad, and it ran up his sugar. Yeah, it will if you have to. You know, a lot of people say get the organic honey. That honey is supposedly good for you, but I think at this point, a lot of this honey now has a whole lot of sugar in it. I know this nonprofit organization that sells jars of honey for $1, and I go over there and buy me quite a bit of it because it's a nonprofit and it's organic and stuff, no added sugar or nothing. They get it straight from a farm, and I go over there and get me some honey. Cause see, you have to be careful because that rice is is starchy too, which means it's full of sugar and all of that too. So yes, indeed, it will. But I've started buying cauliflower. I've started buying cauliflower and chopping it up and stuff, and and making it like rice. you know, I've started making like cauliflower crust pizzas, which is healthier. I be getting my recipes from off of YouTube. Getting like all of see, I can't have a lot of sauce on my pizza because it makes me sick to the stomach, a lot of red sauce. But what I do is I'll buy some sauce and then I'll fix it up. I'll put garlic because I love fresh garlic and herbs and stuff in it, basil and all of that. And I'll put a little bit on the after I make the cauliflower crust on the crust, and then just start chopping up my meat and stuff and cooking my meat and putting it on the pizza and the cheese. It'd be really good and it's healthy. It's keto friendly. And you can eat as much of that as you want. I see people now have started making cauliflower macaroni. Now I have never done that. I've never had I can't I don't know how I don't know. Cauliflower macaroni. I never had that. I guess now we all have to have like a new way of I guess of trying to eat healthy. But if y'all think about it, like back in the day and stuff, our grandmothers and stuff, our great grandmothers, they ate pigs and stuff like that. Mashed potato. Oh yeah, they're saying cauliflower mashed potatoes. Are you talking about cauliflower mashed potatoes? I've never tried cauliflower mashed potatoes, but I hear a lot of people say that it's good. Has anybody else tried it? Cauliflower mashed potatoes. Now I've seen them put cauliflower I've seen them, on YouTube channels make cauliflower mashed potato and it looks good. Is it actually good? Cauliflower mashed potatoes. I made that for me and my dad. Okay. It's good. How I just say it's good. I'm gonna have to try it. I know it's healthier. Y'all know cauliflower just take on the taste and the texture of um whatever food you have with it. I haven't. I've never tried it fried. I've never had fried cauliflower. Hey, Joy loves God. But I'm telling y'all, ooh, yes, indeed. Somebody sent me a message, and I kind of looked today, this morning, but I didn't see that they were saying. But then I didn't really have the opportunity to. I don't know. I just kind of. Hey, Alabama hitter. I do know that Straight Drop went to. I believe it was Straight Drop that went to court yesterday. And what I did notice was it probably had already been like that, but they just changed it. That his case is now saying special prosecution unit. I do know that they had made Cornelius's and either Hernandez, Govan, or Jamarcus, but Straight Drops had not been changed yet. I do see that his is changed now, but he went to court yesterday. But good morning, Nene. He went to court yesterday, but I don't even know if he went. It was reset. I don't know who the witnesses are because I don't. I heard some people. It was you, 901 King Deshaun, that had posted that in my chat. Where did you see that at? Because I mean, was it on the news or something? Because I can remember. I don't know. That don't sound right. The witnesses. The trial hadn't even started. So why would the court be dealing with witnesses at? I'm talking about bringing them before the courts at this point. No, it's something about that sounds off. When I went and looked, in at their public notes and stuff, I didn't see that. So where did you see that at, King Deshaun? Fox 13 said the witness was on vacation. That's why they had to reset the court date. Oh wow. Huh. Hold on, I'm looking for it now. They said that for straight drop. I don't see it. I'm looking at Fox 13 right now. God knows I don't see it. Hold on, y'all. Hello. Uh, Nothing much. Why? What's up? Yeah, I do it. Uh, Okay. I'm looking for it, Deshaun. I don't see it. Maybe I'm overlooking it. I put in Justin Johnson. Let's see. Cornelia Smith. I don't see it nowhere. Mm. Yeah, I don't see it. Check Facebook. Okay. I'm getting ready to check Facebook. Have you seen it yet? Okay. Hold on, y'all.
Suspected killers of young Dolph are set to be in court this morning. We're talking about Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith. They are both charged with gunning down the rapper at Makita's Cookies on Airways in November of 2021. Now, in their last court appearances, Johnson's lawyer asked for Judge Lee Coffey to be dropped from the case. Johnson, who's a rapper who goes by the name of Straight Drop, had his cell phone privileges taken away after he dropped music from jail. All right.
Hmm. Let me see. Let me read it. It says 2 men charged with the murder of young rapper Young Dolph was supposed to appear before a judge on Friday, but their court dates was rescheduled due to a witness who was also supposed to be at court, supposed to be at that court appearance being on vacation. Johnson and Cornelius were scheduled for a court appearance at 9 a.m. in front of Judge Lee Coffey. They will instead make the court appearance Friday, April the 14th. But as top officials and media awaited his appearance, Johnson did not show up. One of the men charged with the murder of rapper Young Dolph was supposed to appear. One of the men charged with the murder of Memphis rapper Young Dolph was supposed to appear in court Thursday, March the 2nd. But as top officials and media awaited his appearance, Johnson did not show up. That's because the court date was added in error. According to Shelby County courts, Johnson was set to appear before Judge Lee Coffey in Shelby County. But at the last minute, the court said that was an error and that Johnson would not be back in court until March the 24th. I don't know. Only thing I can say about that is I don't know. I do remember hearing Judge Coffey say to Cornelius some months back to hurry, make sure he get his discovery, get the names and stuff into his attorney. So, I don't know. This is gonna be interesting to me too. Yep, I don't know. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, you guys. I'm looking at something. Okay. Yeah, they can. I've always said you're right, Deshaun. Sometimes the news do get stuff wrong because she didn't say anything about that. She didn't say anything about that in that video. And one thing that I do know about the news, I mean, they could have it right, but it don't sound right. Is that they do get some stuff wrong. I mean, when I was working downtown, I do know that the news media, which is why a lot of times I don't give a whole lot of credence to what the news media say. They constantly call the police department to get information. And most information they just cannot give out. And they would be begging, and then they would go, if you don't give us, we get ready to go on in 10. We need to know the suspects. If you just, can you tell us anything? If you don't tell us, we're gonna have to fill it in. Well, I mean, you know what that means, that they're gonna have to put in whatever they want to. They might be telling the truth, but it don't sound right. But I don't know. Because when she did her commentating, she didn't say anything about a witness, didn't show up. Hold on one second though, y'all. I'm looking at something. Hold on. Stop, stop, stop. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking at something. Yeah, they have a hold on. Okay. All right. It was more than likely because they had a motion hearing, and that was, it looks like that was the third time that motion hearing had been reset. Okay. So I mean, it probably was a witness for the defense. You know, they probably bring it, you know, or something. Because I'm looking at motion hearings. That was the third time it had been reset, the second or third time. Okay. Yeah. Me neither. Yeah, that was like the second or third time. And that was for a motion hearing in it, and that's the when you bring in, you know, some stuff that you want the judge to consider before the courts. So they may did have some people, you know, that was gonna come in to try to say something. But it seems like to me that was the second or third time. It seemed like to me they don't, whoever it is, don't want to say nothing. I'm sure they knew that that court date was set for that day before they went out of town. Whoever it is. We'll see. I saw the news article that said witness were on, yeah. King Deshaun said who funded them to go on vacation. They probably ain't on no vacation shit. They probably were in their house up under a rock or something. Because like I said, that's the second or third time, and that motion had been rescheduled. So mhm. Or smoking a rock. I'm telling you. I know. Lord have mercy. Um, I don't know, y'all. The only thing I could say is this Young Dog's case is something. Them folks don't want to do 60 years. These people better be careful before they go before the courts thinking about committing perjury for somebody. That's all I'll say. Because they'll eat them alive. They will. They will eat them alive. I don't know what to think about some of these people. They, like I said, these folks getting they're getting more and more. I'm back. I was rudely interrupted with guests. Hold on, y'all. Hold on for a second, y'all. How long have like the people that's in the chat? How long have you all like been? Nothing much. Rest in peace, young dog. How long have you all been on YouTube? Like, I had gotten on YouTube a while back, but I never was like a vlogger. Like, I would just upload stuff. I'm trying to figure out who has been in the midst of this stuff while these hackers and stuff, because that's it's one thing, because we know a lot of these vloggers are simple. They don't know how to hack. They just happy that they got some people, that will let them pay them to intrude on people's privacy, right? Now, a couple of them have been identified, but how long has this hacking and stuff been going on? We're trying to figure out who these networking hackers are, because I don't think they know they're going to be looking how much federal time they're going to be looking at. It ain't going to be enough to just throw them simps up under the bus that's paying them to hack these networks. But how long has this stuff really been going on? Like, did it start with like the Mo3 case, or did it start before then with this hacking? News to You says it's been going, so they've been hacking into folks' stuff for years. I only heard about hackers during this Young Dogs case. So the hacking started during the Young Dogs case. It didn't start before the Young Dogs case. It didn't start around the Mo3 situation. Because the one thing about it, like when you are a sector, okay, and I'm not particularly pointing the finger at any sector. That's what the FBI to do, right? You can bring in people. See, what they don't understand is, yeah, but I mean, Nikolai, it might have been going on since the internet started, but at the same time, when hacking was going on, it was mainly for something, and not as bad as it is now. Like, you have, it's more, I don't know, it's more sadistic, especially when you got people trying to hack folks to listen to their phone conversations, to set up murders, to get their family members' names so they can file fake police reports on them and shit like that. I mean, like, and these some old mother suckers, okay? You would think that grown people, especially older people, first of all, wasn't it called Hangouts? I'd say the will to stop the truth has been around for for years. They just follow where the truth is being told. You have friends that have been professional hackers. Well, see, there's this thing called ethical hacking, but there are even laws to that. So it ain't really no such thing as professional hacking. It's called ethical hacking, and but there are laws to that. Intruding on somebody's privacy to try to get pictures of their children and stuff to sell to the black market and shit like that. You ain't got no business trying to hack into nobody's network to, go into their computer to see what they got going on. That's some bullshit right there. That's stalking. There are stalking laws. Okay, that's stalking. That's an obsession and that's stalking. Just so you can get on your vlog and say and dox, right? Like these, to me, that's sick. It's too many ways to come up with content rather than try to, first of all, illegally hack somebody. Oh yeah, while I'm hacking you, I'll get your information and see if I can open up some damn credit cards, go get a car or something like that in one of your family members' names. Let me see who's dead. Let me look at your family tree and see if I can get their social security number and get my friend a run that credit and get my friend a car or a house or something like that. Y'all, that's what's going on. But yeah, I mean, I think that with the Young Dolph's case, it's more so because I was thinking, and it still could be true that maybe CMG has something to do with it. But I think at this point, you have to look at the background of some of these people. Okay, a lot of these folks are obsessive and sick, and don't think the FBI is not looking at them. The Memphis Police Department has brought the FBI in, especially when you start talking about vloggers trying to have something done to other vloggers. See, when they started trying to find witnesses, they got the attention of the authorities themselves. But when you're talking about vloggers trying to get information on other vloggers so that they can have something done to them, first of all, hacking is a federal crime. But then when you start trying to hack so that you can get information so that you can have something done to somebody, that's something different too. Okay. And so when you find yourself trying to enter somebody's network because somebody has said go and delete their friends, you was a sick bitch anyway if you worried about how many subscribers a person got. Okay, you might need to go check yourself into something. But I think these hackers gonna find themselves they're gonna realize in the end that it wasn't worth it. I mean, I was told about who started the hacking in a certain sector, but I, I was just, I was told that. I get emails from people, talking about how, they were in certain sectors and, and, this person, this person is a hacker. See, a lot of these hackers are, are just, are just regular, they don't really know how to fix no damn computers. You're right, making more money than they've ever had, and they're making money. I think it's a sad thing when folks sit up talk about I'm getting money, but yet you getting it off of the back of somebody else. I'd be too damn ashamed to say I get money, but I'm getting it by scheming, fraud. Something that's gonna land me in jail real soon. Because I promise you that's what's gonna happen. Y'all should get ID notify. It'll tell you and give you updates every time somebody try to use your social security card or information. I mean, I got security and stuff on my stuff. And that's why I was able to know that somebody in Fort Worth, Texas was trying to do something. Somebody tried to get us a duplicated ID from around that. Well, I'm not gonna say from where it was, but it's a bitch. Let me stop, because see, I get mad and get to talking, but I want these MFs to get caught. Some people just have too much idle time. Now, some of these folks is obsessively, you have to understand they're mentally ill. Where did a lot of these people come from? They came off of the streets where they had that gutter mentality. A lot of them have already, have a history of violating. If you want to turn your damn life around and you see an opportunity and a means and a way for you to make some legitimate money, because you can, why don't you sit your maggot ass down and make some legitimate money and leave other folks alone? But they have to find a way, because all they know how to do is waddle and slop. They have to find a way to get them sent back to jail. Okay, they unconsciously or subconsciously have to find a way to go back. And all this hacking and bullshit, they're not gonna be able to hide behind their hackers. Because I've already had one person who they claim was a hacker to reach out to me to let me know who one of the people was that was getting somebody to do hacking, to hack. Just like they obsessed with trying to find out some information on me, I'm obsessed with trying to get their asses sent to jail. Okay. I'm so obsessed with that. I don't think they have the longevity that I have, because when I become obsessed with something, I don't stop. See, they have to go hit whatever it is that they hitting that alters their thinking. I don't. I be constantly trying to make the connections with the people that I know that's gonna take them down. And I wouldn't give a fuck what country they hacker in. So you have to be very meticulous about people, that keep certain folks around them, especially when they in contact with some of these networking engineers and things of that nature, and they think that they're home free because they might be in another country. It ain't gonna work out for them. We trying to figure out how in the hell YouTube allowing these folks to just dox people like they do. In order to be doxing somebody, that means that it's obvious that they have hackers. It's a damn shame that black people find a way. They can make good money on YouTube. A lot of these YouTubers y'all see gonna be in jail. It's a damn shame when black people find a way to mess up anything. Because when all of this bullshit is over, YouTube gonna have to put more. It's gonna be hard to make money on YouTube, and you mark my words, it's gonna be hard, because they're gonna have to revamp all of their policies and things of that nature. Let me see if she got a dead grandmama. I run my motherfucking grandmama's social security number consistently. I wish I would see some furniture or anything on her social security. I promise. I wish I would. I've been feeling a relief though. You know, I don't talk about it as much as I used to. I've been feeling a relief. You know how you could feel a relief because you know God is, as my mother say, God gonna come passing through. You know, God has His people to come passing through. Jail or dead, don't they call it the YouTube streets? Yeah, but to me, I mean that's the slang word. Yeah, the YouTube streets. But I mean, and even I say these YouTube streets, but I be being sarcastic. I'm not gonna. People don't get on YouTube to be violated by a bunch of bottom feeding motherfuckers that ought to have their asses in prison. Okay. But I just think it's a shame, especially when you get to a certain age. You in your damn 40s and 50s, and you gonna have your ass in jail on some federal shit because these young ass foreign motherfuckers that y'all got hacking, and everybody ain't foreign. Some of these folks that has learned how to hack YouTube be sitting right in North Carolina in different places. Black folks always been criminals down in Dallas, okay, and Atlanta and shit, okay. If you want to hack, I mean, if you want to, you know something about computers, why don't you make it legitimate? And if you is a computer technician, you got to be stupid as hell to let some of these bottom feeders get you on here and pay you to hack, and that's some federal shit. Do these people know what they're going to be implicated in? Oh, some of these YouTubers that's on here ain't got no business on here because they sick. You can't be giving people's information, and they already got a history of killing folks. They sadistic. When they get high, they kill people when they get mad. Do these hackers know what they're going to be implicated in? Some of these people are completely imbalanced. That's the reason why we stay ready. You come to my house, you dead. I'm telling you, I'm going to kill you. But you got to be mentally ill to be consistently focused in on somebody like that. I ain't never in my life, I promise you, I've never in my life been focused in on somebody else that much. I'm not gonna get on here. People like don't stay on my mind like that. I get on here, I talk about the young dog stuff. If I hear something, I'm gonna tell y'all what I done heard. Okay. I'm not gonna sit and think of nothing I can make up. I have things going on in my life. I don't want to know what your kids look like, not unless they are a threat to me and mine. I don't want to know what your mama look like. I don't want to know their name. I don't want to know none of that shit. So that's when you know you dealing with mentally unstable people. When they want to know all that about you, that's an obsession. And it's laws against stuff like that. I want to be able to hack into a network. I ain't never in my life been able to do that. Okay. But I understand this is how some people make their living. But hey, I mean, it's a federal crime. That's all I can say. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Some of these record labels put some of these folks on here. Okay. Some of these people have affiliations, and it's weird with Empire, with CMG. It's weird. Those are the main two. And I wouldn't go as far as to say, well, I don't know about Gotti, but I mean, Black Youngster, uh-huh. It's sad how Black people let certain folks make an ass out of them. We've been doing it forever. Oh, you're not gonna get caught. There's no way that the feds. I'm smarter than the feds. They say that because they know when it all goes down, and it's going down. I wonder why some of these people that work for Google would let these folks pay them up under the table to do some of this shit that they doing. Hey, I don't know. I don't know, child. We just gonna wait it on out. Well, YouTube is siding it right now. They are, because they want to continuously do those ads. But that class action lawsuit gonna change it all. I promise you. And when a lot of these people, when it's all over, because when I got a feeling, I already know that when they take some of these folks down on YouTube, okay, when they start getting that negative publicity, Google, of course they are. That's all it's gonna take. A big bust and all of that negative publicity. Because believe me when I tell you, some of these people that are on here are really mentally sick. They sadistic enough to kill. Anytime somebody get on here and start talking about I'm going to kill you because you made me mad. I'm going to kill you because you talking about something I don't want you to talk about. Okay? People like that shouldn't even be up on the platform. Okay? They shouldn't be up on a platform. That's a person that has mental sicknesses. Now, Google isn't paying their employees good. They have a lot of people from um somebody was telling me that they was in the bushes on somebody's show one night. A law enforcement person. And the person just kind of gave out, the whole spread of how they have people that are from Google that's on their team. They ain't paying them shit. So now a lot of these folks see how these people, these YouTubers, okay, are able to pay to get into their accounts and things of this nature, because Google got folks, because Google is all over in other countries and stuff. They have some of their people. Somebody told me they've identified some of their hackers. And it's funny because when they hacked my Google, they forgot and left their email address. And that was some months back. And the person was like, when I filed a report and I gave the person the email address, they was like, okay, we're gonna keep it. Right now, it does not. Well, I'm not gonna get into that. But the person has been found, and it's a foreign person, and they just posted up on YouTube advertising being a damn hacker. Don't know they get ready to take their ass to jail in their country. You're right. Joy Loves God said if you research the bloggers that take themselves out, it revolves around YouTube viewership dropping and mental illness. Definitely mental illness too. Being on drugs. Mental illness and being on some type of narcotic, that's a deadly combination. But people think that they're so smart. Especially when they've been in and out of the system, they think that they can use that. That's the reason why you're gonna have to go ahead and kill them. Okay, but some people, what they do is they surround themselves with other mentally ill people. They believe that they think that they can send out to go do something to somebody else. Okay. Yeah. You have to understand when people become obsessed with you, it's a when people become obsessed with you, that's that you have to be very careful about that. And some people think that they're sane, and but there is nothing sane about being obsessed with somebody else. There's nothing sane about that. See, for me, when it's insanity, if I don't like somebody, okay, I want nothing to do with them. I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear them. I mean, I don't want nothing to do with them. But now you could tell when it's an obsession because they consistently following. They try to mimic everything that person does. Okay. Their mind starts to tell them because they become so enthralled and obsessed with that person. They start regurgitating what the person say verbatim. They start watching them consistently, and their mind starts to tell them, I actually want to be that. But if I can get somebody to get rid of that person, I could take over their whole life. That's mental illness. And won't nobody ever find out that I'm regurgitating and copying everything that person does. That's mental illness. And it's a lot of mentally ill folks. And some of these folks on medicine, on crazy medicine. And I don't mean no harm to nobody that's got to take it and they sane. Take it if it keeps you sane. But I'm serious, a lot of them are. Some of these people hate who they are. And if they think that you are happy, somebody was saying to me one time, because I used to always, I don't be on Facebook like that now, post about, how close me and my dad is. And I stopped talking to her too. This person said to me, don't you know you got to be careful, like when you flaunting how close you and your dad is? That's like spitting in the face of other people. I said, what the hell you mean? Well, when you sitting up talk about, how close you and your dad is, if somebody got a father that they're not close to, or something like that, they'll hate you. They'll be sitting up mad at you. How in the hell? See, we live in a twisted world. That's the reason why my circle is real small. You're gonna get mad at somebody because they say that they are close to their father, and you don't have that type of relationship with your father, or there are a lot of women. I'm supposed to hide the relationship that me and my dad had or have, okay? Because a bunch of other women don't have their father in their life. And they're going to start hating somebody that do. Oftentimes when people put stuff out, I know for me, because I'm not a jealous hearted person, I might be a lot of things, but I ain't never been jealous. If it's something that I want, I'll go get it if I want it. If I ain't got it, it's because I ain't made up my mind that I want it. Okay? And I've never just looked at something and wanted it just because somebody else had it. Okay. I understand everything ain't for me. Okay. But I think it's a darn shame how twisted these folks is. Ooh, she talking about she close to her daddy. That's the reason why he's sick. You know, a lot of people be scared to put stuff into the atmosphere because I know that there are a lot of witches and warlocks. But I'm gonna tell you something. I got prayer all around me. My dad has prayer all around him. Any demon that has ever spoken evil, any sorcery, any witchcraft, anything, they can look for it back before this year is out. Some folks are so evil they ought to be dead. Some of these folks, that you could tell how evil they are. Some people are too evil to walk amongst God's people. All they do is keep trouble going. They evil, they ain't happy unless they think somebody is in distress. They just sadistic and satanic on so many levels, and their asses need to go right on back to the damn devil where they came from. Because I do believe that I don't believe that everybody is from God. Some people are seeds of the devil. Okay. And you can tell by how much commotion and stuff they want to keep going all the time. Then they get mad when they can't pull you in the shit. Who she thinks she is? She won't let me pull her in. No, I'm gonna file a police report on you, bitch. You're gonna take your ass back to jail, okay? You're already scamming and shit. I'm not getting ready to go back and forth with you. Okay? I'm not getting ready to do that. You violate people. These folks violate folks. I was looking at my computer just the other day. I kid you not. When I was on, somebody got jealous of me because we set it up now. I could tell now when somebody's trying to hack into my stuff. Something popped up. That's the reason why I had to get off a live with Miss Hall. We was talking about missing persons and they started trying to hack my computer. And the way that they're able to do that is through the network. Now, I knew just as good they hacked my phone and got my mother's name. Okay. So I've been waiting on something with that. I should have just shut up and let it happen like the police told me. But I've been waiting on something with that. Cause messing with her I'm telling you now, that'll get a bitch killed. I'm telling you. Okay. Not one time have I ever spoken my mother's name on here. Not one time have I. Okay. And for somebody to think that they know my mama's name to try to file a fake police report on her, first of all, you sick. That's sadistic. That's sick. Jealousy is as deadly as the grave. Okay. James and Iris says, my husband used to talk about me so much that his co-workers hated me and they had never met me. That's right. God is bigger. And so that's why I don't worry about all of that when people talking about I'm wishing death on you and this and that. No, because I understand. I'm not afraid of mere man. That's why I can get on here and talk my shit and then be in Memphis every damn day. Because let me tell you something, CMG and them ain't crazy. Them little dudes be out there in the damn streets. It's some of these vloggers that's jealous. Them little dudes ducking and dodging. They come out at night and they do they dirt. And I hate what's going on with these little dudes. They killing each other. They targeting each other. It's a darn shame what's going on when you have a lot of these OGs, because a lot of this killing that's going on, it's these little dudes in the same darn neighborhood that was once friends that have split off and made little, they ain't gangs, they little what do you call it? Little cliques. That's the reason why when I started hearing about this, this group of people, that I'm like, damn, I be around South Parkway and stuff all the damn time. Damn, that's these little dudes that was little babies and stuff when we was growing up. Now they used to be friends. They all on fentanyl and stuff like that. They get mad at each other and start. That's how they able to kill each other like that, because they living in the same damn neighborhoods. They didn't grew up together. Now they jealous of each other. They in little cliques and trying to kill off each other. It's crazy. Let me tell you something. I might do a lot of things, but I'm not getting ready to mess with nobody's kids. First of all, I'm not gonna mess with nobody if they don't mess with me. But I'm not gonna mess with nobody's kids or their parents. Okay. Okay. Truly grateful. KSS says the lesson to learn is there's a time to speak and a time to be silent. A hard lesson to learn for the young. A lot of these young people don't know how to control their emotions because they have not been taught. All they've ever heard in their households is screaming and yelling and being cussed out. Some of these young girls answer to the word bitch because their mothers have always called them B's and H's. I've never called my girls out of their names, ever. Because I never wanted my girls to think that it would be okay for a man to be calling them out of their name. That's why some of these girls answer to bitch. Bitch, huh? When these men do it, they don't think anything of it. I could never be with a man. Whenever I got into it with a guy and he got mad enough to, I hate a man that called women, and I get mad and do it too. Shit. But for a man to be fixated, okay, on just calling women out of their names and stuff, I don't deal with men like that. That bitch. You stupid fuck nigga. That's what you are. You can't control your emotions. A person like that is deadly. You have to watch people like that. They get mad at their sisters and their wives and their daughters and their girlfriends. And the first word they can think of is you bitch, you hoe. If I was a woman, it ain't no coming back from that. Okay? We supposed to be together, and all you get mad at me. The first word you think of is to call me out of my name. Me and you could never be together again, ever. I don't want you. Damn you. Go crawl back up in that womb that you came out of. That's over. Okay? Never again can me and you ever be together. And I'm gonna tell you something. When these women be getting, happy about how some of these men that they go with be talking about they baby mamas, they exes. For some reason, it gives them solace. It gives them gratification or security to hear them talking about their exes. That has always been a turnoff for me. You talk about your ex like a dog, you'll talk about me like a dog. That's a red flag. I don't want you, brother. You can go right on. A woman that laid down and had your babies. Okay. Because see, I don't believe it's always two sides to a story. And if you stay with him long enough, you will see what the truth really is, because he'll turn around and do to you what he did to her. Girl, he called her all kinds of bitches and hoes, and he talked about her like a damn dog. It gives other women security to hear that, because they're insecure. But that's a red flag to me. That's right, Letitia. That's a red flag to me. Okay, he talking to everybody. It's something wrong with everybody. Then he talk about the woman that's raising his children like that. She over there raising his damn daughters. And you probably know he ain't doing nothing for him, because these women be taking care of these men. Hell, she got a right to be mad at him. Don't no woman want to be taking care of no kids by herself. It's hard to take care of kids. I buy my baby some shoes every year. A child has to have lights, Pampers, milk, their health care, clothes, all of that stuff. And they talking about some damn Nikes once a year. He take care of his son. He buy him a fresh outfit once a year. And mentally, some of these folks are so pathetic. They think that's taking care of a child. So I mean, that's why I always say a lot of these folks, don't these kids don't have anything to look up to. Right? They don't have anything to look up to, because look at what the older people are doing. It's sad when women are so jealous of other women. All they know to do is to try to destroy them. That jealousy, that jealous emotion, and that's one of the things I'm happy that I've always been able to control. Now, if I date somebody, that's like cute little jealousy. Who you talking to on the damn phone, nigga? We women will do that. Who you talking to? Why you whispering? I mean, that's okay if you with your man, but to be jealous of another woman, no, no, another woman because all women look different anyways, and you gotta understand that men like different things. That's the reason why when some of these women be getting jealous, I'm like, well, why he had looked at her? I know I had looked at better than her. You don't know what that man like. People like different stuff. Right? But women are very territorial by nature. But like I said, I'm so happy that my mother, that's one of the things that my mother always made sure that she made sure we controlled, and she instilled in us to never be jealous. That's the reason why I can always root for other people. What you think about that person? Nothing. I'm happy for them. And that's it. Because what people don't understand is what's for you, you're going to get it anyways. You don't have to hate on nobody else. What you do is you create bad karma for yourself when you start messing with folks, for the wrong reasons. They some jealous bitches. They mad because T is educated and she is the real blood. She really got the sauce. And they jealous hearted, but they can stay mad because it don't stop. No, it don't stop. And the thing about it is I'm pretty open with people. Folks attack what they either are, what they don't understand, or what they are afraid of. Once you attack me, we can't reverse that. If you attack me, it ain't no reversing that. Okay. Now I have an issue with forgiveness. That's something between me and God. Because I'm 100 with people. I'm very gentle with people. You know what I mean? Especially if they come at me in a genuine manner. But if you attack me, You can't, my dad always taught me, you can't do what you want to do to me and then come back and say you sorry. It don't work like that in my life. Okay, you sorry, that's cool. And but you stay over there and I'm gonna stay over here. Because I'm a genuine person. I am. I'm a genuine person until you cut at me. When I first met my husband, we were playing and he called me a fool. I stopped him then and said, "Don't call me out my name because if you do it when you're mad, we are going to have right, Kimberly. I don't like for a man to call me fool. I don't like for him to say ignorant ass. You know how somebody yo ignorant ass, don't play with me like that. Don't call me out of my name. I can't stand to hear men talking to their women and calling them your dumb ass. No, I mean, you don't know how to control your emotions. So I tell you what, I mean, we can't be friends or nothing. You too stupid. Okay? A lot of women be so afraid to even have conversations with dudes that they're with because he don't know how to handle conversations. And if he gets angry just a little bit, okay, he gonna start going off on it and cussing her out. That's a fool. He ignorant. I wouldn't deal with that. Then your children and stuff listening to him call you all out your name, acting a fool, throwing stuff. That's the reason why a lot of these young men now are emotionally unstable. They looking at their daddies. Okay. My father had a long talk with my husband before we got married and told him how I was raised. My dad never believed that a woman was supposed to pay a bill. If you had a man, my dad would say to my sisters or something like that, you dating somebody, what in that Negro supposed to take care of that. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you was dating somebody? Well, that Negro, how he's supposed to be handling that. That's how my dad thought. Because that's how he was. You got a man around you, he's supposed to be taking that weight up off of you. And you don't marry a man. My dad always said this. You don't marry a man and you got to pay half the bills. That means he can't afford to be with you. Now, if something happens to him, you put yourself in a position where you can pick up the slack. If something happens to him, he gets sick. But if he talking about marrying you or being with you and you got to pay half the bills, that means he ain't in a position to be with you because the man is supposed to take care of all the bills. You just his helpmate. Okay? And that's why when these men talk, I don't know where these women get that from. They supposed to pay half. No, I grew up around a man that he told me that. And he was taught that by his daddy. And he led by example. Oh, you talking about he talking about you pay half the bills. He can't afford to be with you because a man handles all the bills. That's why a lot of these men feel weak now. She just had treated me like I wasn't nobody. How a woman gonna respect you and she gotta take care of you? It's one thing when it's one thing when you get somebody. It's one thing when you get somebody and they have gifts. A lot of men might have gifts. where, musical gifts, or they might know how to fix things. They might know how to fix cars or something like that. And they get themselves a good woman, and she helps to pull that out of him. Okay, well, he's a trying man. He working 2 jobs, but he's got a gift. And then God places a good woman in his life that don't have motives to help him, because she might be good in business. Well, baby, you need to perfect that. And this is how we gonna do it. You start working one of your jobs and you keep working one, but you start working on the gift that God has given you, and I pick up the slack over here. That's teamwork until your business come up, and then I'm gonna help you with the business part of it. That's how we gonna do it. But a lot of these men are so pathetic now. As soon as God places a good woman in their life, they see the talents that she got. She got a winner's mind. She know about business. She know how to motivate. They feel like she gonna help me to come up so I can go get me a young bad bitch. You want her to help you to come up. So these men want a good woman to help them to come up so they can be appealing to the sluts. And then what happens is God takes it back. That's why a lot of these folks ain't winning, because they building rocky foundations. You can't use nobody and then think you're going to keep what you got. You got it because of the blessing that was on that person's life. And then they don't realize it until they done lost that person. Because a lot of these folks is counterfeits. Okay. That's why a lot of these folks are unhappy now. They falling in love because somebody licking in their booty holes and all that. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. Ooh, she had blew my mind. She had blew my mind. She had blew out my booty hole. That's sick anyways. Nasty, disgusting dogs. But they giving up, losing their homes because of somebody that's blowing their mind with sex. Okay. And then, they wife come and hire me so I can help them, because I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't talk a whole lot because these folks so jealous. You know what I mean? These people so jealous, it don't make no sense. I don't talk a whole lot about what I do, but I do a lot of infidelity cases. And you better know those white women fight differently, because that is mostly who I have. They fight differently than black women. That's why I tell black women, you know what? Y'all better learn how to fight. I have to catch myself sometimes too. Okay? Because the white women will walk into my office and say, how you doing, honey? How long you been doing this? Oh, well, I work for the police. Okay, well, I'm going to hire you. This is what I need. My husband is such and such. He's a professional businessman. He's a judge or a lawyer or whatever. And he's screwing his secretary, honey. I've been married to him for 30 years, and he thinks he's had a midlife crisis. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to divorce him. And he can have that slut, but she's not going to enjoy everything that he got while he was with me. I'm getting ready to hit him where it hurts, because she understands that if I get pictures of him out with his secretary at hotels and things of that nature, he don't stand a chance in court. She get ready to get it all. And she'll say, honey, you do what you need to do. Whatever your price is, I ain't got no issues with it, as long as you get me what I need, because when I go to court, I'm going to make the courts make him reimburse me. And she keep her mouth closed, and she'll call me every now and again, honey, have you got anything? And I say, yeah, I got a little something. All right. Well, you know what, honey, my lawyer said this is all we need. I sure appreciate you, and I'm going to recommend you to some of my friends. And then they go to court and knock his socks off. Instead, you got black women who don't know how to act. They going and knocking out windows, and now because he low down, she acting the damn fool. Okay. He done said, well, you know what? I done filed a police report on her. She knocking out windows. She done committed criminal acts, even though she's a great mother. He's going to use that against her. And guess what? His lawyer started telling him, well, you know what? We got her on. You done filed a police report on her. She done went to jail because she caught you with your mistress and beat the hell out your mistress and beat you up. We can take the kids and you won't have to pay child support. That's why I say sometimes black women, we have to be strategic, because I done learned from some of these white women and Indian women. You keep your mouth closed and hit their pockets. They rolls over. Okay. And they don't care how much I bill them for it, because guess what? When they go to proceedings, they make him pay it back. I had a private investigator I had to hire because my husband was cheating. That's why they say I don't give a damn how much your bill is. You just bill it, because he gonna pay it back in the end, and that's what they do. And they be trying to keep their careers and shit like that because they know they ain't supposed to be with their secretaries. They know that. They roll over and the wife get everything. They don't want no issues. That's the reason why at my office is by appointment only. You better not pop up in my office. I get to looking at that camera. Who the hell is that out there? Especially as one of them white men. One of my partners had a case where it was a divorce case, and the guy, he helped the wife got everything. He was cheating like 40 going north. She got everything. She told him, here's the credit card. You keep the credit card number and you just start billing. Whenever it's time to rebill me, you automatically rebill me, because this is the credit card he gonna have to pay off. Shoot, he hit the shoot. I mean, it was legit. He had so many hours on that credit card. She didn't care because she was hitting her husband in the pocket. And then she ended up getting everything. And then what ended up happening was, he said he looked up, he walked in, he said, "Are you the private investigator?" He was an old country white boy. "Your private investigator that handled my wife's case," and pulled out a knife. He said he tried to gut me like a fish. So you have to be careful about it. That's what, no, you don't just pop up in my office, because I don't know what you got on your mind, because I know the type of cases we handle. These folks get to losing everything. They lose their minds. That's true, James and Iris. That's so true. Some of these people waste people's times. I had a case. I had a case where they already getting tired. Yeah. Where this lady had called me, and she had called me from, oh my God, it was in some parts of Tennessee. It wasn't too far from Memphis, probably like an hour and 10 or something like that. And she was like, "I want to hire an investigator." She was an older white lady. I think she said she was about 60. Might have been like 50, 58 to 60. She was an older white lady. "I think my husband is cheating on me." I said, "Well, how you know?" "Well, when I get ready to sometimes he packs his bag." Now, y'all know I'm a black woman. Okay, y'all, we black women. I'm trying to give good advice, but y'all know, and I'm a black woman. Y'all know I am. Cause ain't no husband of mine, no man either, gonna pack no bags. Y'all know how we do it. Gonna pack no damn bag and put it in the car, and then I don't see him till the next day. Okay, and I know he gonna do it. Y'all know we ain't going for no mess like that. So anyway, she was like, "Well, he packs his, just like today, he packed his bag and he went and put it in the trunk. And normally when he does that, um, he stays gone overnight." I said, "Well, have you ever asked him where he's going?" "No, I don't ask him." I said, "Ask him." "Well, I don't ask him. I want to know what he's doing." I said, "Well, what's in the bag?" "Well, he puts lingerie in the bag." I said, "Lingerie?" Yeah, he puts lingerie in the bag, in the overnight bag. She said he's getting ready to do something today. And I want to know. I said, well, I said, we wouldn't be able to do anything today. I need at least 48 hours, 24 to 48 hours. I said, well, I don't know, something just clicked in my mind, I promise you. I said, so I said, does he put the same lingerie in the bag every time he get ready to go? Whenever he does this, she said, yeah, it's the same lingerie. And something just hit my mind. I said, do you think he's wearing the lingerie? She started crying. I think so. I said, does your husband like to wear lingerie? Yes. I said, how long you been married to him? 30 years. We're both retired teachers. And he's starting to do this more. I said, well, do you think your husband is gay? And she just started boohooing and crying. He can't be gay. We have children in college. I've been with him for 30 years. But I mean, she knew what was going on, because anytime your husband liked to wear lingerie down through the years, you know it's something ain't right about that, right? So anyways, I told her, I said, well, I said, you way in another part of Tennessee, right? I said, so if I was to pull this off, then whatever my price is, we're gonna have to double that. I don't mind. I just need to know. I said, okay, we'll be on. And y'all, what her husband was doing was, okay, we found out her husband was posting ads on these sites. I kid you not, as a male prostitute, okay, as a male prostitute, and he would go to a hotel and prostitute. That was a fantasy of his. Put on lingerie and all of that. And we sat outside the hotel and watched different men come in and out. It's sickening what these people do, but that's the reason why I say when I get on here, it's therapeutic. Like, I'm not gonna get on here to argue. I don't need no money that bad from no YouTube where I got to be on here arguing. I'm not gonna let nobody destroy my character, destroy my family, my children, or anything like that. This is an app to me. I have a real damn life. And it's hard for people who don't have that to understand that. So that's the reason why when folks say you always run to the police, you always running to get lawyers, you damn right. I always had a lawyer. I've been on TV for 9 years. I've always had to have a damn lawyer. So that's why it's easy for me to say you can't be on TV unless you have a damn lawyer. So that's the reason why it's easy for me to go to that lawyer that we have to have. Okay, and it ain't cheap. They said Miss T, did she leave him? I doubt it. I don't know if she left him or not. I think she just, I believe, this is what I believe. I believe she wanted to, because she was talking about her parents and stuff was sick. You know, I think what she wanted was for us to get some evidence so she could throw it in his face and say, this is what you've been doing. You know, because she was very mild and laid back and all of that. You could tell he ran over her. He had his ass posted up in a hotel being a prostitute, living out of fantasy. He didn't need no money, y'all. They lived in a very nice house. They lived in a very rural area in Tennessee, like an hour. I think it took us about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. So it was one of those isolated little towns, but they had a very beautiful home. They were retired school teachers and they was living very nicely. What he was doing was fulfilling his fantasy. They had retired. They were retired school teachers. Yeah, it was a fetish and he was sick. Yeah, she's in deep denial, and she probably still with him, because she was sitting up crying, talking about she had been with him for 30 years. But y'all, oh, that old nasty man! I'm telling you, oh. Yeah, because a lot of these thugs now are gay. I'm telling y'all, these thugged out dudes are gay. I'm telling y'all. If I didn't learn anything else working at the police department all those years, I learned and I was in shock about how a lot of those thugs and hey, it ain't nothing wrong with being gay if that's what you want, as long as you're not hurting nobody else. I don't have an issue with gay people. I have an issue with down low people. It's one thing when you live in your truth and you saying, well, it ain't nobody damn business whether I'm gay or not. That's one thing. It's another thing when you call yourself, quote unquote, a hardcore thug and you got a woman and a wife and you sitting up living a double life. I don't respect people like that. And that is what is going on. And a lot of these down low men, they get their women in trouble because these dudes that they messing with on the down low, they get very jealous and start trying to hurt the women that they are with, and they know nothing about what's going on, because in their minds they feel like he gonna be with me. If she was out the way, he'll live his truth, because that's what a lot of those dudes tell them. If she was out the way, he'll live his truth and be with me. It's a lot of these folks are mentally messed up. When I was working for the sheriff's office, I remember I went down to intake in the booking window one day. I never forget. I walked down there. I might have worked some overtime because sometimes I would work straight drop person on what to call on here, because he texted me and told me he was on here. He might be off now. Um, but he can attest to it. I would go down to the booking window sometimes and work overtime, right? When I went to the booking window, I kid you not, the Memphis police used to have like a they called it like a milk truck. Like when they would do a drug bust, they would call it a milk truck, and they called it a milk truck was when they had the women on the, so that they would go to jail east. I forgot what, I believe it was called Operation Blue Crush. When they would go and arrest all the drug dealers, they would like do stings, and they would call the chief and let the chief know. That's why I worked overtime that day. Chief was like, they got they doing an Operation Blue Crush, and they got a big truck coming in. They going and they get ready to start hitting all the drug houses. And we understaffed. Do you want to, anybody, somebody want to work some overtime? So I said, I'll go work it. So I knew how to work processing. So I went down to the booking window, and the undercover officers started coming in. That's when they put all of them on the trucks. The drug dealers, they go and arrest the Johns. They set up prostitution stings and all this. So it was a lot of people that had came through, right? And I'll never forget. They started bringing in a lot of transgenders. They had transgenders on the truck. They have to bring them to the I'm not to the female, to the male, to the men jail, because they are still men. When I saw those transgenders come in, they still had their weave in their hair and all of that, and they had those thugs right with them. It was probably over 100 people that came in, right? When we booked them in, they go over into IDFP, over into processing to sit. Those that's been in jail down there know what I'm talking about. There used to be this little glass where we could see an IDFP after we booked them in. They would go sit in processing until classifications assigned them housing. They would have to sit down there. I'll never forget when those transgenders went through. I said, I want to see how these thugs are going to interact with these transgender men, because they had breasts. Some of them got booties. They still had their hair in their head, because I think right before they go upstairs to their cell, they make them take their weave out of their hair. But in IDFP, they still had their weave in their hair. I was looking at those thugs, y'all, how they was looking at those men. I'm talking about at those transgenders. I'm telling y'all. They was looking at them transgenders up and down like they would look at a woman. I'm telling you, it's some, you knew that they didn't get down like that. And it was only a few, because they look at them and they turn their head that like they didn't want no parts of that. But for the most part, those thugs that they had bust that was working in them drug houses, okay, them drug dealing boys was checking those transgender men out. And they went and they could tell when they was being checked out. Bam, they would go sit right up under them. I'm telling you, I said, look at this. Ain't this some shit? I was witnessing it with my own eyes. And another thing, a lot of these people, a lot of these girls would be calling down there when they would call the chief's office. I had one to speak to the chief. Why you want to speak to the chief? Them officers down there had mistreating the holding tank. They mistreating my man. I'm his fiance. What they doing to him? They had keep putting him in the hole. I'll go into the computer, look in his case notes, inmate in the hole because he got for Priya. Priya is when they having sex. Okay, there's no such thing as consensual sex in jail. If they get caught consensually having sex, they are going to give them a rape charge. Period. I would go, oh, okay, well, ma'am, I tell you what you need to do. You need to go ahead and get your lawyer. Because you can't tell them what he in the hole for. He be in the hole because he got caught having sex with one of the men. And she called herself, he done told her, he telling her that they keep putting him in the hole because they hating on him. They mad at him. This, and that. I'm telling it goes on. I don't mean no harm. But if a man been in jail past 6 months, I wouldn't let him touch me. I'm telling y'all what I know. If he been in jail past 6 months, I don't think I would let him touch me. And if you let him touch you, you need to ask a whole lot of questions. Okay? You need to ask a whole lot of questions. Okay? You talking about being in jail 10, 15 years and he get out, call himself gonna be with a woman? Oh, absolutely not. Because y'all excuse me, my head kind of stopped up because it be cold in the hospital. I be sitting up there with my dad. So my sinus is acting up. But listen, let me ask y'all this. Now I've heard, I don't know, that a man, if he don't get none, he get bluebell or blue balls or something. I don't know if that's true. Okay. Now, if he don't release himself and he get blue balls, how you think he releasing himself? Now, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking the men, do you get blue balls if you don't release yourself? Deshaun says, you speaking the truth. My uncle did 19 years and was in there. Right. They call it gelling, or they call it something. They call it something when they be in there having sex with the men. They call it gelling or something. I don't know, but they think that, but they don't think if they're in jail doing it, they don't think that makes them gay. Because they say, well, I did that while I was in jail, and when I get out, I'm back to women. Somebody said I need to quit saying that. I'm gonna have people call. I'm gonna have girls calling the jail. On Monday, they're gonna start flooding the jail with calls. They don't need to call the jail. They need to talk to their men. They need to talk to their men. Don't call the jail. Talk to your man when he call home. That's what it's called on Code Always. Gay for the stay. That's exactly what it's called. Gay for the stay. That's what they call it. Gay for the stay. And then they think that they can get out, okay, and go back to women. I remember somebody was saying one time, especially when they used to have visitations where they were separated by the glass. Now they could do video visitation. Those girls would get caught trying to pull their butt out, or they'll say, bend over, let me see your butt, or pull your breast out, let me see. Especially if those officers were not paying attention while they were sitting in their window, even though they were separated by a glass. What I can't understand is some of those girls would come down there and get naked. They got themselves banned. They would get naked, and the only thing they did was got that man ready to go back up there with them transgenders. I'm telling you what was going on now. Joy says, I guess I'm throwing. So what you say, Joy? Let me see. They probably be tossing salads. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. When they get caught having sex, those officers get in trouble, because that means that they're not paying close attention to them, and they will stand at the door of the cells of the pods and talk to other officers all night, and those inmates be inside of those pods in their cells. They're not supposed to be able to put cover up in front of their cells, but they'll let them do that, as if they need privacy, and they be in there having sex. So the officers get in trouble, because that means you have not been making your rounds in your pods, because they're not supposed to have enough time to be in there humping on each other. I'm telling you. But it happens. They was having so much sex down there, child. That's the reason why they had to put um that PREA in place. Teens, children, babies should be protected at all costs from sexual predators. The mental and physical health of these children are ruined for life. That's true. I'm gonna tell y'all something. When I was working for MPD, when I first started out working for MPD, I was pregnant. So they had me real spoiled, because I worked with nothing but male investigators, right? And so I was working as a secretary, and so I would type their statements and stuff when they would come through. And I remember I was working in felony response, and I remember his name was Sergeant Ed Hall. I loved Ed. He was a minister. He was awesome. And guess what? He's a private investigator now, but he works for the government. Okay, he does investigative work full time for the government. And so since he retired, and so I remember Ed told me, he was like, Tam, I got somebody coming up. The officers are getting ready to bring up somebody. They say he was caught having sex with his daughter. I don't know. I got interested because he said he's from the Beanhampton area. Beanhampton is an area in Memphis. I said, okay. And so when he started telling me what area he was from around, I was like, oh, wow, from the Bean, that's the area that my daughter's dad is from. I got real interested. That's a hood from Memphis, okay? So I got real interested. I was like, dog, that's right, like right around the area that he lives in. I set my ass right down. Hell, because I was like, I got to see what's going on here. I want to see who it is. Because I got curious. Is it one of his friends? I got to see what's going on. So it took the officers a minute to bring the suspect up. King Deshaun says, yeah, my uncle ended up dying a couple of years after getting out of jail. He had cancer and tuberculosis. He was adopted into the family. Okay. And so I was sitting there. I'll never forget. I still remember his name. Believe it or not, even in I'll look him up even now because I remembered his name because it affected me, right? So when he got up there, I'll never forget when he walked in we were sitting in the homicides office, the homicides investigative office. That's where Ed was sitting at. And I was sitting there waiting to type his statement, right? And so when I looked up at him, I said, I know they lying on him because he is absolutely gorgeous. He was so freaking handsome. He was so good looking, tall and good looking and gorgeous. So when I started, when the officer put the report down, I started kind of reading the report to get his name off of it and start his statement, right? To start on the statement. I started reading the report, and the report was saying that his brother walked in on him having sex with his 16-year-old daughter and called the police, right? And so when they started talking to him, he was denying it. And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if his brother is lying on him, because he was saying, man, I can get in the chick I want. I got several kids. I ain't got to be having sex with my daughter. And I was saying to myself, this man is good looking. He was a thug, hardcore, good looking, well manicured, just clothes and stuff looking nice on him. You could tell he was a drug boy. I'll never forget, he was 36 years old at that time. I never forgot, from out of Binghamton. Ed and this other sergeant at the time named Isabella. You know, they were sitting there and he was ranting and going, and they started breaking him down. And he said, I know I was wrong to do that to my daughter, but she was acting like she was liking it. I said, oh my God, this man is sick for real. Oh my God, I could not believe it. So you're right. It's a lot of sick people. I never got over that. Number one, he lived right on the same street that my daughter's dad had lived on, in that same area in Binghamton. And then, so I would always tell, you know, and I remember, and I didn't tell my daughter's dad. I said to him, I said, do you know somebody? And I said his name. He was like, oh yeah, I know him. That's our partner. He be hanging with us all the time. I said, you motherfucker, she won't be coming to your house. She is not coming to your house. Why you say that? I never told him why. Okay, I never told him why, because I couldn't say. But they was hanging around him, and they never knew what he was doing. Okay, so I never let he come to see his daughter, but she just couldn't go hang out over there in Binghamton because they hanging around people that pedophiles and stuff. But I didn't tell him what I knew, though. I probably should have told him. And let's just keep the record straight. Her dad was not a pedophile. Her daddy was not a pedophile. He was just a street dude. They are out there hanging out with each other. They all had grown up in that area, so I'm sure he knew him, but I'm sure he wasn't telling them that he was in there messing around with telling them dudes, because they probably would have beat the hell out of him. I'm sure I probably should have told him. They probably would have whooped his ass if I had told him, but I couldn't do that. Okay, I am She Johnson. But I got to thinking about, there was always in the summertime for many years, there was always this rapist that would start raping women in the summertime in Binghamton. Okay, they never found out who he was, and I promise you, I believe it was him. And because that happened so many years ago, because I was pregnant. Okay, so y'all know how many years ago that was. If I was pregnant with my second baby, and she's 21 years old, so that was at least 21 years ago. And I always would go into the system, even when I was working MPD. I would always get curious about if he had any more reports and stuff, right? So what I would do is I would go into the system and pull his name up and see if MPD had any reports or anything in there with him, with his name and stuff in it. And so I saw where he was living with a girl in Binghamton, and the girl's mother, the girl had a paraplegic child, okay, where the child couldn't walk. He was like 8 or 9 years old. He was in a wheelchair. The girl was at work, and her mother stopped by to see the kids. And the child in the wheelchair kept complaining about his bottom was hurting. The grandmother said, he kept saying, "Grandma, my bottom hurt, my boo boo hurt." And so she said, because the grandmother said, because she knew that it was abnormal for the child to be, for her grandson to be hurting like that, talking about his butt was hurting because he was in Pampers, because he couldn't walk. He was born with a birth defect. She said she told the boyfriend, "I'm gonna take him with me." And she said she took him with her so that she could talk to him. And she said that's when she had told the baby, the young, well, he was like 7 or 8 or 9 or something like that, told her that this freak that I'm talking about, that was doing that to his daughter a couple years later, like I said, he had been taking, whenever he would change his pamper, he would take his fingers and start poking his fingers in that child's butt, to the point that when the grandmother took him over to rape crises, and when they looked at his butt, they said his butt was just red and infected, and it was, I mean, he just had been doing that child so wrong, low down dirty dog. I always would look into the system. I'm getting ready to see now, because I hope he probably dead. That would be a good thing too. Lord forgive me for saying it, but you know my heart. Y'all know I have to talk to God. God, you know my heart, but that nigga ought to be dead. I'm not gonna show y'all his name, but I'm getting ready to see if he's had some more reports. Let me see. I believe that's the Binghamton rapist, a dirty dog. Um, oh Lord. Looked like he got a son. He got a son that was born in 1992. Um, looks like the last case he had in Shelby County. Hold on, they don't have him in order. Let me see. This man been going to jail since 1985, violating people. And I just always remember his name. And it looks like the last violation that he had was in 2009. So he might be somewhere croaked over. He probably dead. Was in 2009, and he had to go do some time at the 3 months at the correction center. Let me see what his ass did, a dirty dog. What did he do in 2009? Hold on, y'all. He didn't register for the Tennessee Sex Offenders Registry. So he went to jail back in 2009 because he violated, and then go, I guess they're supposed to register or do something, get their certification or something every year. It seems like he has gone off of the radar since then. So maybe he done died or something. That might be the reason those rapes have stopped in Binghamton. Let me see. Let me see how old he is. I just looked at his birthday. Let me see. Dirty dog. Messing with his daughter and then doing that to that child. Let me see something. So he's 58 years old because it says, and he was okay. He's born in 65, so he's 58. He might be dead, which is a good thing. Okay, I can pull up in my system if he's dead or not, but I'm not gonna do it because I don't feel like going in there. Child, dirty dog. Woo! He's still alive, y'all. Wait a minute. Let me see. He looks so ugly. Now look at him. A old freak. He was quite a bit older than my daughter's dad. My daughter's dad was a lot older than me, but he wasn't that old, child. Let me see when he took this picture. He still looked like he got that arrogance and everything that he had. He's on the sexual offenders register. I was just looking at his picture. It's just, ugh. He's 58 years old now. He needs to suffer. I was hoping he was dead, but he's still out there. Let me see. Oh Lord, please forgive me for saying it. I know I'm wrong. Oof, oof. Mm. So what has happened is he just hadn't got caught. Cause you know when they sick like that. KS, yeah. He messed his daughter's life up. His daughter said when his daughter gave that statement, his daughter said that she had came to live with him and his mother because her mother was on drugs really bad. And she had to come and live with them when she was 11 years old. And she said when like right after she started living with them, her daddy started having sex with her. I'm talking about this freak, this supposed to be thug freak. Okay. And she said she went to her grandmother, which was his mom, and told her what her dad was doing to her. And her grandmother said, "Shut up, your dad is not doing that. Don't you ever say that again." So she said she never said anything else about it, and she just when he would do it, she just let him do it. And she was 16 when his brother walked in, and she said it's not that she liked it. She was used to him doing it since she was 11 years old. Yeah, I should have told my daughter's dad about it because they some hardcore street dudes. They'd have beat the shit out of him. Okay, I should have did it, but I didn't say anything because I wasn't supposed to. But if I had told my daughter's dad that a dude like that was hanging around, they'd have beat his ass and he'd have been somewhere stinking. Because they was some hardcore thugs. Whew. I'm looking at his pictures, y'all, on the sexual offenders register. A dirty dog. See, he done got old now, but see, 58 years old, he's still a young man. So he still got the strength. He looked like he got AIDS. So he still got the strength to tackle down a young girl or, molesting, especially, I don't know if his mother's still alive or what, because she let him do that to his daughter because his daughter tried to tell him. That's true, Uncle. Letitia said, T, he looked like what? He looked like he got AIDS. Like I said, they never called they never caught the Beanhampton rapist. I believe he every summer it was a rapist in Beanhampton. I believe it's him. His ass and got too old to be crawling through windows and stuff now. And he probably scared of these new girls. Hell, because see, they're popping. These folks are so twisted now, but rape is about control. These girls, Lord, oh God, please, Lord, please stop me. It's sad though. These girls doing anything for $40. So if he crawled through a window and these girls, these women now are so messed up in the head, they'll say, you ain't got to rape me. You got 40. You ain't got 40. They getting their gun out whacking him. Okay. So he's scared to crawl through a window. I'm sure she did. She looked so pitiful. You could tell that child had been through hell when she came down there. So his ass scared to crawl through windows and sexually assault a woman now because these girls now is hard to the core. They don't give a damn. They on drugs. Okay. They is on drugs. They'll let him know, now, nigga, you ain't crawling through here raping me and you ain't got $40. We gonna kill your ass. Okay. It's sad to say, but that's how they think. Because see, they'll give it to him for 40. So he's scared of them. He wants somebody. See, men like that, they want somebody that they can't have. They'll go and mess with an old lady whose husband has died, or a little baby, a young girl, or something like that, because they sick. Okay. But that's what that Beanhampton rapist was doing. He was crawling through windows because Beanhampton was an area that it's the hood, okay, and especially back then, and so a lot of them had fans in the window, so they was crawling through the window. And so, now if they left that window up, he's scared. First of all, his ass is too old to crawl through a window because he looked like it's gonna be any day now. Just from looking at him, he's sick and on his last damn legs. Okay. But these girls be so high now, they will beat the hell out of him. He's scared to go mess with them. I'm saying they said hide your kids, hide your wife. That's what that guy said. Hide your kids, hide your wife. It's a darn shame. Like I said, it's a darn shame. So he was the sick one because his brother when his brother walked in on him, his brother called the police on him because he knew that that was not normal. That's what they need to do right now, throw ammonia on him. Like I said, he has gone off of the radar, but it just means that he ain't been getting caught. But his ass looks sick. Everybody needs to go on their registry and oh God, y'all know. Oh God, y'all. Y'all, they say a lady was arrested for having sex with her pit bull in broad daylight. I can't stand no pedophile either. I don't like people that violate other people. That's the reason why I'm going so crazy on these hackers. It ain't that I'm scared of what they found on me. Hell, there ain't nothing to find on me. But it's just the idea that you violated me. I'm hearing they went in my computer looking for compromising pictures. Let me just say this, and I'm not trying to be vulgar. I'm gonna have to go and put it out there. Y'all know I've been stressed and stuff. But you're not gonna find no videos of me sucking no dick because I don't suck dick. You're not gonna find no video of me with my titties and stuff out, and I got big breasts, okay? Ass and all. You're not gonna find no naked pictures of me, okay? Because I don't take naked pictures and send it to nobody. I ain't never been that type. When I have dated guys and they say send me a picture, I tell them kids, I'm not sending you no damn picture. If you want to see me, you're gonna have to see me in person. That's not how I get down. These folks be wanting to find, hacking into my stuff is violating me. Looking at pictures of my kids and of my grandbaby so they could try to sell. They be looking for pictures of babies because there's a black market. Okay? There is a black market where pedophiles are on the black market and they like looking at babies. When they send them pictures of certain little babies, they like, you got people on YouTube that's hacking into your shit to get all the pictures of your little underage kids so they can sell it on the black market. And these damn vloggers is working right with them to make a damn dollar. Then talking about I get money. You pathetic. Okay. Whew. Lord have mercy. Low down dirty dogs. Hold on, y'all. And these damn bloggers and scammers and hackers, y'all days, all their days already numbered. Them days numbered. I can promise you that. No, I didn't hear that in the news. Oh my God. But they do that. You have to be very careful about people that like to adopt children. You have to make sure that they adopting them for the right reasons. Whew. I wish people would leave children alone. I have a very I have a very soft spot for children and old people. I wish these folks would leave people alone. You know, it's sad because you have women and men out there selling tail all day, every day. I'm hearing folks say, you know, prostitutes selling for less than 40. The ones that's really walking the street, they selling. So why not go and pay for somebody that's willing to give you something for something? Why violate people? And I equate these like somebody was saying, these hackers and some of these vloggers are that is equivalent what they're doing, hacking into folks' phones and looking at their information, trying to run their credit and stuff like that. That's equivalent to what a pedophile do because it's all violation. You ain't got no business wanting to know nothing about nobody kids. And that's the reason why they're gonna do some federal time for it. It's gonna cost you but to know certain information about folks, okay? Something that ain't none of your damn business, anyways. That's how you know folks is obsessed. I don't want to know your mama's name. I don't. It ain't none of my business. And if you find yourself wanting to know everything about somebody, you are a predator. You are sick. You need some medicine. Okay? Because it's an obsession. See, I'm mentally healthy for real. My mind don't think like that. I really don't have mental illnesses. Some parents are selling it. Yes, a lot of parents are doing that now too, James and Iris. And guess what? It's a lot of parents and people that know it have been doing that for a long time, selling their children into human trafficking, especially if they have drug issues. Especially if they have drug issues or drug problem. Oh Lord. Mm. I'm gonna tell y'all something. There was this white guy. He was a young, nice looking white guy too. From I believe he's from the UK. I had started paying close attention to him. You have to when people see, I'm gonna tell you something. When people are looking into something or talking about something and they start to get a lot of bad attention, like somebody starts messing with them a lot or starts trying to plot on them, or you see the media start trying to give them a lot of negative attention, that's a person that you need to look at. You need to pay close attention to because it's something that people don't want you to know. Okay, they probably getting close to the truth. I ain't talking about these fools that make up nothing, not them. Okay, not them. But his name was Spires, and they killed him. Shit. Hold on, y'all. Mm. No, you can't be caught lacking at no time. They kind of tricked him. I believe that's the reason why I'm not meeting nobody nowhere. I'm not going to nothing. Um, Nothing. And I think that's why these hackers, when they was hired, because I do believe early on now, especially when I start to okay, rest in peace, young dog. Did you send it to me in a message? When I let me turn on my Instagram. When I started talking about the Young Doss case early on, I do believe early on before a lot of the vloggers, there was this one video I did where it kind of almost went viral. And I was shocked because I put it up. I did a video like back last March of last year. Somebody had told me that a lot of people was changing phone numbers on Straight Drop in them. And I did a video, it might have been February or March. And I put it up and I didn't think it would get a whole lot of traction because around that time I was getting maybe 200-300 views. And I put it up and I was at my studio. I never forget. And then I looked at it like the next day, it was like at 20,000. I was like, is this real? I kept looking. I was like, people had started like it was getting a lot of traction. And then like right after that video, um, no, it was like no, it was yeah. And then like I was told about what had happened. So it might have been around last January. I don't know. About what happened when Straight Dropping Them was captured and some more stuff as it relates to Shondell Barnett and all of that. And my cousin had told me, Hold on for a minute. Oh wow. These folks got life messed up. Ate a big bag of Lay's barbecue chips. I'm gonna tell you something. I love those Lay's honey. I think it's Lay's cheddar jalapeno chips. Oh my god, they're so good. The Lay's cheddar jalapeno. Oh, I know I don't need them, but they have them down in the lobby when I go to the hospitals to see my dad. Especially when the store that's the store is open. I be going, ooh, I don't need to go into that store. I don't need to go in that store. I go in there. I'm gonna do a video on a rest in peace, Young Dolph. I'm gonna do a video on it as soon as I get off of here. It's a lot of people like dill pickle potato chips. I have to have a taste for something sour to eat dill pickle potato chips. But what I was going to say is, as I think when those videos started circulating like that, because I talked about also, and I did another video talking about what had happened when Straight Drop and the other young man, Shondell, was arrested. And I think I put into the atmosphere just based on, what I was told, that it was weird because they immediately had split them up. And you know, they was told that they was told, they waited outside of the hotel because they was told where they was at. Um and I always felt like that was weird. I don't have any proof of it. Nobody has told me this, but me personally, and I don't think I've ever said this, but I think Shondell to call the police. I do. Nobody told me that. Okay, it's just I believe that just based on what I was told. They knew exactly. The room was not even in their names. Um, yeah, they didn't know what, but they knew exactly what room they was in. They knew they knew everything. And so they waited. And based on the fact, because see, they could have easily just bust into the hotel room and got them, right? But the mere fact that they waited overnight, okay, when they checked into the hotel room, they got there immediately after. So somebody had already called them and told them that they was going to be, and I just believe it was Shondell. Okay, where they was going to be at, what room, and they waited, and overnight for them to come out, and they knew that they was going to pull in at the gas station. So you have to just kind of put two and two together. That's me putting that together, though. Okay, and I just think that makes more sense. Now, Shondell didn't act like, because, and here's the thing about it. If two people are fugitives and they are on the run, why didn't they take them to the same jail? Why did they feel the need to immediately split them up and put them in separate jails? Why did they do that? They both together, take them to the same damn jail and put them in different cells, right? But you immediately split them up and take them to separate jails. I mean, that's how that's just what I think. That's what I feel. They were not looking for Shondell. Um, I would throw out, hints and stuff. Like a few times I did video on him. Where's Shondell at? Have y'all ever thought about where Shondell is at? And Jeremy Pierre, last year he did a video saying that he went over to the police department and they said that they was not looking for Shondell. We have got a whole trial going on, getting ready to happen. Like maybe around January of 2024, trial dates change all the time. But I think it might be tentatively they're looking at that time frame, from what I was told. So Shondell is supposed to, why he's a major component in this situation. I mean, is his warrant? Do they still got a warrant out for him? But they told Jeremy Pierre last year they was not looking for him. When when Shondell was let out of jail, and I called my cousin to ask him how did they let him out like that. He said, "Who was let? What you mean?" He said, "We have not received any bolos. We have to receive a bolo in every city and county in Indiana, so we would have his picture in our vehicles. So, because he's on the run. He's a high profile person allegedly on the run." He said, "We have not been notified of that by the marshals, by anybody." So, I mean, I just kind of put two and two together. So then shortly after that, I think I was talking about this one day, I received a call from somebody, and they was, it's funny because they called me and they gave me a moniker. They didn't give me their real name. And I asked him, what's your name? And he told me Big Black. I said, Big Black. So I had some more people sitting over at the office with me. And so one of my people immediately just started tracing him. And so I was like, well, hey, he asked me, he said he wanted some work done. Okay. And it was like, he was like, well, where you located at? Can I come to you? And I said, well, you don't have to come to me. We can handle business over the phone. And I think at that time it was somebody, because when we traced them back, and I let that go because nothing else ever came of it. But I'm gonna go back and revisit that maybe. The person, even though they had a Memphis number, their addresses was traced back to Dallas, Texas. Okay. So when he called me back again, because he was dead set on trying to do business with me, I really believe, because at that time, Quet had not been arrested. We already know that, Jamarcus had not been arrested. The other little dude that they got in jail right now had not been arrested. Who else? Shondell was out. Okay, but by that time, Shondell was already put up wherever they put him up at. Okay. But the number traced back. I mean, the number was a Memphis number. So then when I started, I said, well, are you from the Memphis area? Yeah. I said, well, the information that we're getting, it shocked him. I said, it's tracing back to Dallas, because I want him to know, bitch, you call me with a moniker. What's your real name? He gave me some name, but I don't know. That was around that time, because that was around January. They didn't realize, like January, February of last year. I never even really talked about this. You know what I mean? That was around that time that they was still being reckless because they was running scared. And that's the reason why I said that, our security went up. Like, we ain't no fools. When I was telling y'all, we walk out our office with our weapons in our hand. We're not going to get ready. We always ready. We walk out with our weapons in our hands. I never walk out of my house, or when I go in my garage, or out of my office. We always have our weapons out, because I'm not going to be going in my purse fumbling trying to get a gun. That's how we walk out. So that if they run up on us, we're going to pop them. Okay. But that was around the time that I think they realize now that I ain't no damn threat. They didn't know at the time that they was running scared because, they had straight drop. They had gotten JoJo Splat in them. They had started zoning in. It's more people being questioned than y'all would know that had some type of affiliation with this. And they didn't know. They forgot because they was so stoned out that they got their ugly asses on social media, and they was making posts and shit like that, that the FBI was able to go and get all their damn messages where they was Instagramming each other before they deleted their damn accounts. They know now that nothing could ever be deleted. They know now that it makes no difference that they got a damn burner phone, and that all of their damn burner phones was pinging, and they was able to get all of the numbers and get the damn messages. They know that shit now, but they was taking people out because they was reckless and they was running scared, right? They was running scared. And so they didn't really know who I was. They thought that I was somebody, some reporter or something that somebody was giving information to, or something like that. Or I guess they thought they was going to be able to pop me or something. And they didn't know that what I knew, it was because the police already knew. The folks knew what happened the night that young Dolph was killed. I'm not embellishing. It's the truth. Okay. They knew everybody that was involved. And they was able to verify a lot of stuff thanks to them fools themselves. So I've never gotten on here and stated anything that the police don't already know. Now they like sitting ducks. Okay? Because they realize a lot of the shit that they did right after young Dolph was killed is going to come back to haunt them. Okay? When they should have just left young Dolph alone, they wouldn't have had to do a lot of the stuff that they did. Gregory says feds just arrested someone tied to Duke the Jeweler, connected to mob ties, and Fifth Ward connected to mob ties. Big Gino, his name. When did that happen, Gregory? When did it happen? Priest should come out with a song after these indictments drop. I'm telling you. Got caught with his bag. Oh, that happened today? So they arrested somebody for Duke the Jeweler today. Oh my God. No, Key Glock wasn't shot. No. Somebody had posted in my comments the other day that somebody had said that Mia J had gotten shot or killed or something like that. That was not true. One of my subscribers had posted that, or somebody posted that in my comments or something. Mia J was never shot or killed. I wonder why these folks put that type of stuff up there. Oh, y'all, Coach just dropped some new sandals, child. Y'all know Coach is my favorite. I told y'all I'd be getting the notifications when they drop new shoes. Ooh. Ooh. I like that red. Sports red. Oh, I love it. I like that brown too. He had Duke the Jeweler's Louis Vuitton bag. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Hold on. Let me look at this. Isn't this something? Oh my God. What was Duke the Jeweler's last name? Moneybag opening up a restaurant, but it's not gonna be in Castelia. Moneybag is opening up a restaurant in East Memphis. From what I hear. Hold on, let me see. Moneybag is opening up a restaurant in East Memphis. One call said most restaurants flop within 5 years. Yeah, from what I told the location is in East Memphis, it's not in Castelia. Hold on, y'all. It's called Cachets. Moneybag ain't crazy enough to open up no spot in Castelia. Cache 12. I'm trying to tell y'all where it's gonna be at. Hold on, let me go back to that. At Cache 42. It's gonna be on Hacks Cross. Hacks Cross is in East Memphis. Hacks Cross is a pretty decent area. It ain't nowhere near Castelia. I like Finesse. I like Finesse because no, it's called Cache 42. I'm getting ready to show y'all. Hold on, y'all. I had just pulled up the flyer because he's got a flyer out. It's not Castelia 42, it's Cache 42. CACHE. The grand opening is March the 31st, and he's in a Hacks Cross is still a good area right now. It's still a lot of decent houses and stuff. It's getting bad though, but it's still a nice area. Let me see. Grand opening March. Go to Cache 42 Kitchen and Cocktails.com. Hold on, let me go back. I had just pulled the address up. It seems like to me it's a chain of them. He buying a chain. That's what he doing. He buying a chain. It's at 4202 Hacks Cross. I'm getting ready to pull it up. Here it is right here. It's gonna be around Mr. P's Buffalo Wings and all of that. In this little shopping center. I know exactly where it is. It's looks like it's next to Acura. I think that's Acura that it's next to. Yeah, so it's gonna be in one of those little suites. Like I said, it looks like it's a chain of them in different states, but he don't own them. He just bought into a franchise. He is so jealous of Flipper Man. Flipper Man worn the dollar ring. Now Moneybag, you're wearing a dollar ring. Flipper Man worn the money ring first. Yeah, they was jealous of Young Dolph. They was definitely jealous of him. Hmm. Hmm. Kevin Felder needs some more parking spaces. Look like it would be it would get a little tight around there. It's in the Tennessee end. It's on the Memphis end. His is closer to like I believe Winchester. It's closer to Winchester. Mm-hmm. Where's Gregory at? I'm looking for that story where they arrested somebody in Duke the Jeweler murder. Hold on, I'm looking for it. I don't see it. I don't see it nowhere. Have any of y'all heard about there was an arrest made in Duke the Jeweler's murder? Oh, Gregory. Okay. um, Most franchises you have to follow their plan or they cancel your contract at your expense for breach of contract. Hold on, y'all. It's election season in the Memphis area. I'm looking at all of the politicians that's running for mayor. I think I got my eye on one person that I think will be good. Well, that's true, KS yet. It's not. You just running it. It's not your business. You just running it. You're right. Mm-hmm. That's true, Michelle. I agree. I ain't going in there either. So I guess I know what I'm gonna do. I should have went to the beauty shop today, but I didn't. So I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna see if my beautician will come in Monday. Um, because I just been throwing my hair back in a ball and going stand at the hospital with my dad. I'm gonna go see him today, and then I'm gonna go do some stuff for myself. I did go get my nails done the other day. I got purple and silver. Um, whose page is that? Does anybody know? And then I'm going to I don't know, I think I'm gonna get out. I don't know. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna go do 3 miles today. Me and the rimster is gonna go walk 3 miles on the trail today. I think that would be good. That'll help me to. It's warm enough to walk around my lake, but I think I want to walk on a trail. When you're walking on a trail, it's better instead of consistently circling around the lake. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Because when I go walking and stuff, it helps me to de-stress. Of course, I go see my dad. I always have to go see my dad, pray over him, put bless oil on him. And my sisters, it's the weekend, so they'll be out there with him all day today too. So I could go see him and I don't have to stay out there all day. Because we be wanting to make sure that the nurses and stuff see that we're out there. It's good to let the doctors and the nurses see that a patient has family that loves them, right? To make sure that they do their job. That's how we make sure they do their job. And y'all know I ain't playing behind my dad. I don't play behind nobody that I love though. I'm te- I my weave is in a ponytail. I'm telling you, the weave in a damn ponytail. It's getting hot, so I'm probably gonna get my braids back, but I'm gonna wear my hair in a bob for a little while. My real hair, but my real hair is so thick, and I sweat in my head, and my hair starts to curl up. So it's so thick, it's hardly manageable. And then, like I said, it's curly. So um, I I keep it either in braids or in a weave because it's so soft. When I start trying to flat iron it to straighten it back out, it'll burn my hair out. So what I do is when I go to the beauty shop, every time I go to get my weave, taken out and stuff, I have my beautician to treat my hair. But I got a lot of shampoo too. Like that's another thing too, y'all. I'm a shampoo fanatic. If I see a new shampoo somewhere and it look like it could be good, I'm getting it. I love to buy. I'm gonna tell y'all, when I was growing up, my mother always used the mane and tail shampoo. And I found some in, because y'all know the beauty supplies sell the generic kind. And I found the real mane and tail shampoo and conditioner in Ross's. And I bought a whole lot of it. And I also I got so much shampoo and stuff in there where I sit up under my dryer and treat my own hair and stuff like that sometimes. So, but I always make sure I have my beautician to clip my ends and stuff like that to make sure my hair and stuff, my real hair and stuff is healthy. And every time I go and get braids and I take the braids out, my beautician be combing through my blow drying through my hair, and she be saying, all my life I had to fight. She was like, you don't need to get no more braids because each and every time you go and get braids, your hair get thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. And I have a hard time trying to break it on back down, flat ironing and stuff. Michelle says they all fake ass bloggers. They know who they are. You have some real bloggers and some real bloggers, but they know who they are because they going against each other. Yeah, I can't understand why if everybody is trying to vlog on a certain case, you know why even when I see vloggers that's posting stuff that I know is fake, um, I ain't trying to, you know what I mean. I'm not getting ready to be arguing with them. I go, oh Lord, that's fake. But when people are not in something for the right reason, um, they do start going against each other. Michelle said you have one of these bloggers making 15 accounts with one woman. Oh my God. So they making 15 accounts and putting the same picture on it. They all fake ass bloggers. They know who they are. You have some real bloggers. Yeah. I purchased Raven bronzed red hair dye to dye my hair. My daughter was like, okay. So that dye is still sitting there. Yeah, these folks have started. I'm gonna tell y'all what some of these people. I found that some of these people do. They'll have a page where they show themselves, and they'll show their faces or whatever, and then they'll speak about a certain situation on a case, right? And then they'll go make a lot of these off-brand pages that ain't nothing but cap, where they sitting up lying and talking about this person dead or this person got shot or Young Dolph's family actually did the killing, and they'll get the views. They'll go make 2-3 pages with a lot of outlandish stuff. Oh, the blogger. Oh, so he's making 15 different pages to try and communicate with the vlogger. Oh wow. Acting like he's somebody. Now that's stalker. That's stalker stuff right there. That's sick. Mm. And this blogger, is, oh wow. Mm, 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 mm. Ooh, child. That's why I say it's some dangerous folks on here. And those people that hire those hackers, I'm gonna tell y'all, because normal people don't hire no hackers. They be wanting these people information because so they can go sit over across the street from their house and shit. That's something that's gonna get them killed. That's obsessiveness. Don't y'all know I do investigative work, and it's certain cases that I won't take. When people want me to find out information on folks, I ask them all types of questions. I do research to make sure that that person does not have any restraining orders or anything like that before we ever do anything, because I know folks are very obsessive, right? And then once I'm finished with a case, it's always business with me. I'm not going, that's it. I have access to any system that there is. You don't see me even now. I'm letting the police and the FBI handle these hackers and these vloggers that have violated me. But you don't see me consistently digging, looking for stuff. Oh, I want to know what their kids look like. Oh, I want to know what their mama name is. What's their daddy name? She'd be talking about her dad. Wonder what her daddy name is. If you find yourself thinking like that, go to Lakeside. You sick. Okay. I don't have concerns like that. I have my own life. I have interactions. I have a healthy family. I got daughters. I got other things going on. I don't get into the sickness on this red app. I vlog, and I ain't gonna let nobody stop me from vlogging until I want to stop vlogging. And then that's it. YouTube is gonna be looking at something real soon. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to check my voicemails. Normally, when my gospel show is on, the mothers of the church start calling me.
Oh, good morning, Miss Talma. This is the Mother Phillips. I just want to give you a praise. You knocked it out the park this morning. Every song you praised was just right on my book. Thank God for you, and just keep up the good work. Bye-bye.
See, that's why I do my gospel show. I do it for the mothers. Hold on, y'all. Hello. Um, I'm YouTube. What's up? I'm doing okay. When I get off, I'm gonna go over to see my dad, and yeah, and yeah, and and then she gonna bring Juju over here. I'm gonna watch Juju for a little while after I get back. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool then. She left her with you. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hmm. All right. Okay. I probably will. All right. All right, y'all. I'm back. All right. They've been messing with Miss Lowdown. She called all of them out. Really? Okay, I'm gonna go over there and listen to it. I'm gonna go listen to it. I wonder what these men get out of harassing women. Because now you do know it's a lot of men on here that don't harass women. And if somebody asks them to find out information on a woman, they're not going to do that because they're going to know that that is characteristics of a predator. So I'm not putting it on all men because I want to separate the men with healthy minds from the sickos. So if you find yourself bullying and violating a woman, and I don't understand how a lot of these women participate in that. I wouldn't look at nobody that violated women. It ain't nothing healthy about that. You're helping to promote a predator. Okay. What child? But we'll be glad when the days of the predators are, they number two. Shit. No, there are people that don't have boundaries. They don't have boundaries and they don't have standards. Somebody was in law enforcement was telling me that they was listening, they was listening to somebody and they was talking about, folks scared to say anything because they know I'll put all their family information out. YouTube is going to be looking at a lawsuit. They said, how in the hell? They said, and they looked at their background. How in the hell this MF on here anyways? And then consistently on here violating. How in the hell YouTube let that happen? If you don't do what I say do, I'm going to put your family information out. And YouTube let them? But thank God the right people looking at them. That's all that matters. They ain't even got no business with access to people's information. That's how you know that they hacking and stuff. And they let these white hackers and stuff tell them, oh, that they can't do anything to you. See, black people, a lot of black people still cuckabug head Negroes. They feel like if a white person or any other person that is not white, that's not black, says, oh, they can't do anything to you. I know the laws. Like they got more damn sense than the law. Oh, I'm protected because the white mains is that hack said that ain't nothing gonna happen to me. And they need to have a pickaninny head, cuckabug, nappy neck, asses, heads in jail. And I ain't talking bad about no white person. I'm just saying. I'm talking about these cuckabug heads that ain't got no damn mind. They so corrupt. They don't even think about they being set up. And then they had threw me out to dry. Cause I was the black mains. The white mains is the one that was doing the hacking. You fuck nigga, you needed to be hung out to dry. You right, Natasha K. And right, because they wanted those ads. And so now Cardi B going after her money. She's saying, okay, well, if y'all gonna let, but see, the thing about it is these folks that's hacking ain't got a damn, well, these folks that's hacking ain't got no money. Okay. But they are violating, doing crimes, so they going to jail. That's a damn federal crime. I was listening to somebody come into my chat and say, and these cuckabug heads going right along with it. Oh, and I knew it had to have been a white person or something, because they have to make a fool out of these cuckabug heads, just like somebody was saying, and law enforcement. Oh, they'll tell them that so they can continuously pay them to hack. Oh, you can't, and nothing happens if you hack. And these cuckabug heads want to violate people so bad they believe it. Okay. When people say, well, how you gonna go after everybody that hack? I'm not. How you gonna go after everybody that docs? I'm not going after everybody that docs. I'm going after those that violated me. Okay. Me and my family and my kids and grandbaby. Yep. Mm-hmm. Boss Lady says, hope they help her pay that for a meal, because Cardi B on her ass for real. Cardi B on her tail. And I'm gonna have to stop all that cussing too, because like I said, my mom and them sometimes be logging in, and now a lot of my people from TV is starting to find me, because one of the young ladies said, I didn't know you was on YouTube. Now I can look at you on TV and on YouTube. I said, oh Lord, because I know she looks at my gospel show because she said it. All right, y'all. We've been on here almost 4 hours. I'm gonna get off because I need to do some things. I need to go run and see I need to do a video on what Rest in Peace Young Dolph just told me. So I'm gonna do a video on that right quick. And then I'm gonna go and see my dad. I'm gonna go walking, and then I'm keeping my little Juki fruit later. Child, I'm gonna have to go ahead and just give me a boyfriend or something. Cause my daughter think, well, mama, if you ain't got nothing to do, cause next week, is gonna be a grueling week. I have to be at the hospital with my dad, and then my cases. I got some new cases I start on. So I ain't gonna even be at home none next week, Lord. So I need to be enjoying today and tomorrow. Then the week after next, I got to go out of town on a case. And then after that, I'll be free again. But it's just getting through those 2 weeks, right? I need to get me a boyfriend. That's what y'all know. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's hard to find, you know, you don't ever know what type of games people playing, things of that nature, you know. I'd be scared somebody be trying to get with me because, you know, you don't ever know what people want. That's true, KS. Yet oppressed people take on the characteristics of their oppressors. You absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Y'all should see some of those investigators that I've been contracting to. When they be retired, you know, they be walking in there, they works out. They older me. See, I need to start a dating service because they single. That'd be good for y'all because I don't date people that I work with. I think I'm gonna have to do that too. I might have to do that. Deshaun says, I dated an older woman. She's 43, been talking for 5 years now. Older women just how old are you, Deshaun? See, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I had always dated older men. Like the guys that I dated in the past was always at least like they always ranged from like 10 to 12 years older than me. But the thing about it is that they were jealous. Okay. When I dated guys my age, they it was almost like I don't know. You know, I always felt like you had to date a guy older than you for them to be mentally on your level. Because when you start dating them, you know, you 28 going on 20, Lord have mercy. Now I don't mean no harm, King Deshaun. I just, you know, I would never date a guy in his 20s. I would never date a guy in his 30s. He got to be in his 40s and 50s. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. I ain't trying to put my business out there, but I had dated a guy. Oh Lord, I can't believe I'm saying it. A few years back, I had dated a guy in his 60s. It was one of the best relationships I ever had. Best relationships, some of the best sex I've ever had. And I was shocked. Okay. And I was surprised because even in talking to him, I was like, wow, I cannot believe that I'm even talking to somebody, you know, this old. Like I've always been very like I've always been very reserved, and I was taught, you know, you're only supposed to date like um you don't have a lot of bodies, you don't date a lot of different men, you don't have sex with a lot of different men. Some men have just completely ran off because I'm like, okay, we haven't been dating long enough, so I can't have sex with you. Like, and so they would go, well, shit, I'm sick of this shit right here. It's been 6 damn months and she ain't gave me none. Bye. You know. But you know, that's just how it was. Like, I feel I was just always taught a certain way. And I feel good that I have not had sex with a lot of men. I feel good about that. That's one of the things that I do feel good about. And even a couple of the ones I've had sex with, I go, God, I wish I could take that back, you know, because they weren't deserving. But he was very just mature. He taught me a lot. He was mature, but his patience was real short. Like, I guess, you know, dating somebody in her 40s or whatever, and him being in his 60s, like it would be certain things that I would do. I see it because you know, he'll make me cuss him out. Okay. And that's he had started getting to that point because he was going, I don't want to do that. I did that 20 years ago. I don't want to do that. You know, that's something I want to do it this way. And I would go, okay, but I let's do it both ways because I'm used to doing it this way. But I did it that way 20 years ago. Well, motherfucker, I'm sick of you. Okay. Because now what you're telling me is you're trying to treat me like I'm a child or something. My way is not a way you want to do it because you've been did it like that 20 years ago. Now you've grown out of that. You're doing it another way. Get you somebody your own damn age. Okay. But I liked him though. He taught me a lot. He did. It was like I made a lot of business connections through him. He was just awesome. You know, when it was good, it was good. It was just a season though. I learned about seasons at that point. When the season is over, let them go on. I heard of men dating older women, but it be celebrities. For example, Carmelo Anthony ex-wife is dating a 28. Oh my God, Lala is around my age. Oh, Jesus Christ. I could never see my kids, or I could never date anybody in their 20s or 30s. I just like older, laid back, mature guys. I just do when they chill, when they lay back and chill, because see, when I get mad on a whim, but I don't stay mad. I'll get mad and fly out. And then the next minute I'm laughing and looking at the TV, right? Because I have to get it off my chest. If he can't deal with that, we probably don't need to be together. You know, but I like it when they chill and they go, baby, you through? You all right now? You feel better? Yeah, I do. Okay, well, let's go eat. Okay. Okay, I love it. But if he coming back at me like I came at him, I don't want no 65 man arguing and going on. Lala, maybe it's the money. See, I make my own money and stuff, but I'm not gonna deal with a man, that can't do nothing for me. So I'm able to look beyond that because a lot of women look at security, and it's good to look at security too. Rest in peace, Young Dog says, I'm back. My other phone went dead, but I got to tell y'all, Neiman ain't the witness on vacation either. I'm glad you said that because they'll be saying that. Because I what's going on is rest in peace, Young Dog. That was it was a motion for something, which means I think they bring some stuff before the judge to see if the some stuff will be admissible. So I think it was for the witnesses that or perspectives for the defense. Perspectives for the defense. And the judge would do some rulings on if some stuff would be able to be admitted into a trial and all of that. Just from looking at their notes, that's the conclusion that I came up with until I might see my aunt at the hospital. She'll tell me. Rest in peace, Young Dog says, I'm back. Okay. Rest in peace, Young Dog. He not allowed to go on vacation. And at 901, his name, Neiman Marcus. That's what Dolph called him, Neiman Marcus. Child, I be shopping at Neiman Marcus online, but when they got them blowout sales, when everything 80% off, because if even when it's 50% off, I can't afford it. It's got to be 80 to 85% off. Therefore, you get stuff under $100. They have some nice stuff too. Because folks will be putting that into the atmosphere that was Marcus. Wow. But King Deshaun is dating. Oh Lord. But I guess men in their 20s that date women that are like almost 20 years older than them. What is it for? The money? It's either for the money. I guess the same reason women do it, for the money or something. The wisdom. And it's a lot to come out, specifically when y'all see who the witness is. It had to be somebody who was at the store down the street or across or at the barbershop. Watch what I tell y'all. Well, I remember back like back, when they was talking about Cornelius was having these bond hearings and stuff like that. I told y'all Cornelius wasn't gonna get out. I remember that the judge said to Cornelius, make sure you hurry up and go on and finish getting your discovery package in and getting all that information to your attorney. See, what they've been trying to do is find some witnesses and stuff like that to I'm gonna tell y'all what they're trying to do. And this ain't nothing. I'm gonna give y'all a secret, okay? And this ain't, it really ain't no secret. What they've been trying to do is find witnesses that they can have to try to place them in other places, okay? To convince a jury or somebody. Ain't nobody gonna get in front of a judge and lie, okay? That's perjury. They'll lock their asses up right then and there once them prosecutors break them down. James and Iris Strange says, I have a relative that's a powerful woman, but she is married to a city bus driver. He contributes to the household. She didn't want any kids. He's a little older than her. Yeah, and you know what? A person, you can make more money than a person, but as long as like you have somebody, James and Iris, and they are trying to, they want to build with you, and you know that they're going to be loyal to you. They might come in with a little less than you, but as long as you see that they're trying and they're working and they understand what their role is, because women, I know for me as a woman, I like for a man to take the lead role. I do, because as strong as I am, I like to be led, okay? But and not by a fool either. You know that you can count, you know that you can depend on somebody. It ain't nothing like knowing that you can count on a person, you can depend on them, they're gonna be loyal to you, that you can build with them and you ain't got to worry about them getting crazy once you start helping them to build and stuff like that, and leaving and trying to go start another life with somebody else after you've helped them. It ain't nothing like that. Like it don't matter if they got a little less than you, as long as you already know that they have potential and they are already trying and they understand what their role is. You're right, you meet people for a reason, season, and time. And thus far, the few guys that I have had intimate relationships with, it was strictly for a season. Like even with my daughter's kids, most women are afraid to, shame to say, well, I got two different baby daddies. I said all the damn time, hell, I got two damn baby daddies. I got two kids and two baby daddies, and it ain't nothing wrong with that. Some people think, I've seen women that try to put down other women when they go, well, at least all my baby daddies had matched. Sound like a darn fool. You got 7 kids by the same man that never took care of the first one. The first one you had with him, he didn't take care of them. You went and got 6 more. But you want to be able to brag and say, all my kids got the same baby daddy. Don't get mad at me, because I realized that the first one wasn't shit and tried to go get me another one, hoping that he would be. At least I tried. Shit. Rest in peace, Young Dog says, and I mostly got to tell y'all this CMF supposed to be looking for the witness that's on vacation, want to have a talk All I'm gonna say, don't do it, witness. Really? Hmm. Wow. So what are they doing? Trying to intimidate the witness? I sure do want to be in Memphis just for a little while. Yeah, the museum is coming to the agriculture center. I just hope they don't try no foolishness. And Diane Bowens, you got to come out. Glock and the whole gang coming to Memphis. It's gonna be safe. Dolph Tanks gonna be there, and all is gonna be big watch. Yeah, they're gonna have all of the undercovers and the police and all of that. I just pray to God that these OGs, and I know that Big Juke and them be looking at this, and all of them people around y'all. And so what I'm gonna say is control them folks, and make sure y'all tell y'all little foot soldiers not to go and send nobody else's child out to go and do anything at Young Dolph's museum, because it's two things that's gonna happen. Y'all gonna either get them touched or put in jail for life. Okay, so don't be let God use you. Do not be sending out folks children, because a lot of them are mentally unstable to go and do something that y'all know is not right. Okay, if y'all do, you're gonna have a stroke in less than a year, and I promise you, God gonna take you up out of here. Because a lot of times, man ain't got to take you out. When you're doing evil, God will take you up out of here. This is so juicy. I'm going to rewind. You guys come. Miss Diane, you gonna come to Memphis to see Key Glock? Did you ever order that Operation game? It is hard, James and Iris. It's hard because people feel like now they're so emotionally unstable that when you start having issues with somebody, you know that you should step out and leave home. People don't feel like they should. And then also a lot of these, men, because I was talking to a guy not too long ago that had said, well, most women get good men if they wait it out and let them get all of their shit out the way. I said, oh, okay. I blocked him and ain't talked to him since. They sure do, James and Iris. They do sneaky things to jeopardize your home. Y'all talk about Key Glock. I can't believe we've been on this thing for 4 hours. Miss T, my daughter says the same thing. If a ninja says something stupid, I block that cell phone. The only time, see, I change cell phones quite a bit. So, when I see, sometimes because a lot of times I won't even recognize the number. I go, oh, who is this? Oh shit! I got a new damn cell phone. He ain't on block no more. Rest in peace, Young Dog says, Miss T, you can't pull up the flyer. It's on Dolph Instagram. Hold on, let me pull it up. I'm getting ready to pull it up. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting ready to pull it up. Memphis, Tennessee. Key Glock even on the flyer. Memphis, Tennessee, Love for the Streets car show hosted by DJ Envy. Oh, DJ Envy gonna be in Memphis. Oh my God. And Dolphland Pop-Up Museum, Sunday, May 28th at the Agri Center. Tickets available, youngdolph.com. It's going to be at 7777. 7 is my lucky number. 7777 Walnut Grove Road. Walnut Grove is a beautiful area. Key Glock posted and said pre-dealership.
Ain't nobody doing this.
Wow. I love that coat. Woo, Lord Jesus. Them folks was just jealous of him. Y'all, that dolphin, that billboard right there was on Airways, right in the midst of right in the midst of Orange Mound. This billboard right here, right in the midst of Orange Mound. I had taken a picture of it, a video of it. I was over on a case, and I was like, they got a Young Dolph billboard right in the midst of Orange Mound. But I got a new phone, so it might be on one of the old ones. He says, I used to dress like this just to go stand in the trap. Now I dress like this to go pick up 6 figure to stand on the stage and rap. Won't God do it? And he was in downtown Memphis, y'all. Wherever he's standing at, y'all see that he's in downtown Memphis, because y'all see that bridge behind him. That's the Memphis, Arkansas bridge, and it lights up at night. So he's at either a hotel downtown or he's at an apartment downtown. I'm looking at the background. That's the Memphis bridge right there. It's distinctive because the bridge is shaped like an M, and they light it up at night. This was on November 5th, 2021. So Young Dolph was in Memphis on November 5th, 2021. So he was already in Memphis on the 5th. He was already in Memphis on November the 5th. Okay, so he had a condo downtown. Who's to say Gotti didn't see him then? Because he was in Memphis on November the 5th. Gotti got a condo downtown. See, down in that area, it's all exclusive stuff, exclusive new stuff, expensive. Wow. You did say that. You said he left on the 10th and came back on the 15th. You did say that. You said that. So he had been in and out of Memphis.
Way. You know what I'm saying? This for my kids, my other daughter, my mama, my brother, my sister, my auntie, my cousin, all that.
I'm trying to think. Look like he might be somewhere in downtown Memphis around the Peabody right here. That was October the 13th. I'm not sure. That's what it looks like. I'm not sure though. See, y'all got to understand too, with me looking at those pictures, they was following him very closely. And seeing that Young Dolph I could see that on November the 5th, he was in Memphis. People from around Memphis knew that he was in Memphis when he put that picture up. Thank you, Uncode. They tried to follow him and Glock. Wow. Wow. They knew he was in Memphis because they saw his picture. They saw his background. They knew he was in Memphis. Gotti has because Gotti raps about he got a house on Riverside, and that's where Young Dolph's apartment, you could tell, is down there on Riverside in an exclusive area where all the celebrities and basketball players and stuff live at, like Sybil Shepherd, the actress, all of them. It's Steven Seagal lived in where he had moved out to Collierville. That's a lot of celebrities live in Memphis, and they live around Riverside, around that area. Gotti bragged about having a house at. Well, that's where Young Dolph's apartment is. Okay. That's right. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. Wow. I tell you. Mm. I'm getting ready to see something, you guys. I'm getting ready to see something. Why has everybody that has been mentioned in this Young Dolph's case went and scrubbed their Instagram pages? They don't have any pictures and stuff on their Instagram pages anymore. They went and scrubbed them. That's weird. Mm. I mean, everybody done scrubbed their damn pages. I mean, it don't mean nothing. They might as well have left it up and make them look guilty. They would have did better leaving that stuff up because it ain't scrubbed to the feds. Shit. Get out the damn way. So what happened was, so Black Youngster went and deleted everything off of his page that happened in 2021. Everything off of his page. You see everything with some things before 2021 and stuff after 2021. Ain't that some shit? These folks crazy as hell. Hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all, I'm back. Mm. Hello? Okay, y'all, I'm back. Yeah, they was jealous of Flipper. Y'all. Yeah, they still couldn't keep up. Why Black Youngster go and delete everything off of his page for 2021? These folks is crazy. Hey, but it don't matter though. Oh well. I hate the everybody that was involved. I hate that they felt the need to I hate that they felt the need to do what they did. You know what I mean? regardless to what kind of words and stuff was exchanged. They didn't have no right to take nobody's life. Nobody has a right to take somebody else's life. Okay. So, that's it's sad. No, them ninjas are scared freaking cow. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get off and go to the hospital. I need to go and see my dad, okay? I thank y'all for hanging out with me for almost 5 hours. I missed you guys. I'm gonna get back on tonight for sure. I'm gonna get back on tonight, but let me get off so I can go up here and hang out with my dad. It was my sister's calling, okay? I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.